From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up, we'll tell you about our favorite plays from last night and then get into the nuts and bolts of Game 5 of the NBA Finals. The series shifting back to Oklahoma City. The Thunder taking control. In 20 minutes, the latest NFL news, and then we dip into my streaming corner as we do every Tuesday. At 7 o'clock, we got the plays we like today in Major League Baseball. Then we're going to blind rank our favorite summer activities. That should be a good time, and that leads us into the 8 o'clock hour. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final is this evening. We're bringing the host of the Locked On Oilers podcast to talk about that, and then it's our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us, as per usual, each and every single morning. Chelsea, how are you? Good morning to you as well.
Yeah, we low-key had a great sports night on a Monday in the middle of the summer. I feel like I didn't see it coming. And obviously we have the NBA Finals going on. We knew that was going to be a good one, the way the series is gone. But we also had a no-hitter in College World Series. And we had Ohtani making his return to the mound in baseball. And the funniest thing is, you see this meme all the time, or at least I do because I follow all the baseball accounts, is that they'll have these like world events. And in the bottom corner, Fox will have that little icon of, in 3 batters, Ohtani takes the plate or whatever, where it's like this joke that Fox like promotes the hell out of Ohtani. And last night, I found myself laughing at this meme, but also wishing I would have had it. Because listen, I was watching the NBA Finals and I missed a batter or two of Ohtani pitching. So I'm just wishing that ESPN had that same icon at the bottom of the corner, reminding me to turn the channel to watch Ohtani pitch.
Well, we'll at least go over some of that. Maybe that'll help today. Probably not much, but maybe you can write a letter to the editor and say, I'd like my little graphic in the bottom of the screen to remind me. Don't need to remind you about your bets yesterday because you got a winner.
Yeah, nice little win for the Phillies. This one was strange because this line went down all day. So I got it at minus 118. It went all the way down to basically a pick'em. I think some people were respecting the fact that Sandy Alcantara had looked better in his recent starts. But listen, when it comes down to it, I'm still taking the better offense overall and the team that didn't have the worn down pen, because going into this game, the last 2 games, the Marlins had to use 14 pitchers. And we kind of saw it towards the end where the Phillies put the exclamation point on their win in the final inning. So the Phillies win at 5-2. Nice little win, a great price on a good team. 1-0 night for me.
Nice job. I got a win in that game in the first 5. Had the Nats on the run line against the Rockies. Nats are a mess right now. With what their skipper's saying, with their whole lineup, they can't win. Nightmare. The Donkster was on that game as well. So that was a couple of losers, but it's early in the week. You're 1-0. I'm 1-1. The Donkster 0-1 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is fantastic to have you with us on a Tuesday. Game 5, NBA Finals last night. We thought we would get a good game. We were hoping we would get a good game. And really, we did kind of at the end, but ultimately it is the Thunder that pull away and beat the Pacers 120-109. The Thunder laying 9, the Thunder minus 250. Total set at 223 and the over hits. Thunder doing it as they normally do on both sides of the floor.
Top and fakes, pass inside to Siakam. And Siakam thought he was fouled. Great defense again by Holmgren. Holmgren down a lane, layup, shot, no good. Gets his own rebound, back up and in. Second effort from Chet Holmgren.
Call courtesy of ABC. Chet Holmgren with the basket there, but it's Jalen Williams who absolutely explodes in this game.
Hot all night, falling away, got it. 40 points for Jalen Williams.
He was awesome. 14 of 25 from the field. That 40 points, a career playoff high. SGA, your MVP, 32 points, 10 assists. This marks the 10th time in their careers that both of these players have combined for at least 70 points in a game. The Pacers cut that 18-point deficit to 2 points in the fourth, but they were never able to pull ahead, and they really took advantage of Tyrese Halliburton. No one's going to make excuses this time of year, but he left the game in the first half. Looked like he re-injured that leg, that calf that he has been battling with or battling against throughout the entire finals. He comes back but scores only 4 points on 0 of 6 shooting. Regardless, the Thunder now 1 win away from its first ever world championship, Chelsea.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's counting the Pacers out just yet, as my computer is doing weird things, so just bear with me. But for me, this was the Jalen Williams game, and for everybody else across the basketball landscape. We always have these games where another player steps up, somebody who's a role player, somebody who's a number 2 guy, because, listen, every Batman certainly needs his Robin, and that was the case last night. Jalen Williams stepping up in a big way, especially in the first half as well. Had 16 of his 40 in the first half, set the tone early, and then shut the door late. That's what you have to do against the Pacers. It's going to be interesting to me to see if Oklahoma City can keep this up, because I will say this. All of the pundits and all the people who were talking about the advantages that the Pacers had, a lot of them said that the advantage was on the Pacers earlier because their offense is so hard to game plan for and make adjustments on that sometimes they can sneak past a couple wins in the first couple games. But listen, they're still standing in the NBA Finals, so obviously they're doing something right. But that was the takeaway for me, is the defensive adjustments that Oklahoma City has made in this series, and it feels like they finally figured out how to shut the door in the fourth quarter. So what a win from Oklahoma City top to bottom. Obviously, Jalen Williams leading the charge, but the defense great as well. Again, that stat still stands on the Pacers. If they don't get to 110 points, that seems to be the magic number. They only had 109 last night, and what do you know? They lost.
Man, I think this series is over for the Pacers. And I hate to say that because I have definitely been pumping up the Pacers throughout the playoffs during these NBA finals. And look, no excuses, right? Because the Thunder are doing everything they need to do to win. SGA was brilliant in the previous game. 15 points in 4 minutes, 38 seconds late to pull the Thunder and pull this series even at 2. But, man, when you have Tyrese Halliburton banged up the way he is, the Pacers are just totally a different team. They're totally a different team. When Tyrese Halliburton, we've talked about this throughout the postseason, but when he scores, when he is aggressive, the Pacers are a different team. When Tyrese Halliburton scores 20 points or more, even though that's not his game, even though that's not his bag, they are 8-0 in the postseason. So last night, he does his best. He was trying to distribute the ball, but he was 0 for 6 from the field, 4 points. That is a career playoff low. When you take away his ability to score, he's essentially out there being a decoy. And yeah, he's not 100%. Guys are never going to say, well, this is the reason why we lost. But there's no question that he's not the same player. And he said, look, it's the finals. I don't care. I want to be out there because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And when are we ever going to get here? Again, you never really know, and I admire him being out there for Indiana. So full credit to the Thunder. At the same time, this is a Pacers team. Halliburton is not going to be right before the end of the playoffs. So this is a real setback for Indiana, even though the series is now headed back to Indianapolis.
Yeah, even though it was almost the TJ McConnell game. And I do think, we need to give him his flowers because he was huge in keeping the Pacers absolutely in this game. So, yeah, obviously you're not going to probably win when you don't have Tyrese Halliburton at 100%, but the door was open for the Pacers. It's just the Thunder outlasted them in the fourth quarter. And that's where I think Tyrese Halliburton being hurt really hurts you because, you can survive without him 100% maybe, through 3 quarters. But when you need those clutch shots, who has delivered more than Tyrese Halliburton? Like, that's when you needed him, is when the game was on the line, the final 2 minutes, the final 4 minutes. They needed to make another stand. They just didn't. So TJ McConnell has been I feel like the underrated star in this series. Once again, he was big in the postseason last year. So it was fun to see him do his thing. But again, it just feels like the Thunder are the deeper team, and they have been great at closing out games in the past 2.
Yes, they certainly have. And now we get Game 6. That is on Thursday. That is in Indianapolis. The Thunder minus 190 on the money line. The Pacers are plus 155, and it looks like what do we have here? A 4.5-point spread for the Thunder as favorites here. If you're looking at the series price, the Thunder minus 2,500. The Pacers are plus 1050. So Oklahoma City will try to close it out in a couple of nights. We do need to talk about Shohei. You mentioned him at the top of the broadcast. The Dodgers beat the Padres last night 6-3. The Dodgers minus 170 on the money line. Total set at 9, so we get a push. Ohtani only pitches 1 inning, gives up 2 hits and an earned run, throws 28 pitches before he leaves the game, but he stays in to hit, and of course, he comes through.
And a 1-0 from Cease. He smacks the ball to left center field, and he's tied it up. Well, Ohtani's given up a run, and now he's knocked in a run.
Yes, he has. Call courtesy of Sportsnet LA. Shohei goes 2 for 4 on the night, 2 hits and 2 RBI. Most importantly, now he'll begin to work back into the rotation after missing 21 months because of that right elbow surgery. So he didn't go long, but the important thing for the Dodgers, especially because they're so banged up when it comes to the rotation, is that Shohei is back.
He is back, but he definitely labored through this. 28 pitches in the first inning. I understand that all the write-ups are going to be, he touched 100 miles an hour, and his heat was certainly there. But maybe I'm reading too much into this because, again, it is one start, and it does feel like maybe they rushed him back a little bit. But still, this was not an easy go for him. I understand the Padres are good hitters, but he did give up a run, and I feel like it feels almost sacrilegious to be like, yeah, Ohtani wasn't that great in this start. But again, it was his first start back. We will see plenty of great outings from Ohtani, but he did labor a bit. It was weird to see that look on his face because normally he is so calm, cool, collected. He looked a little rattled. It almost gave me flashbacks to watching the U.S. Open.
Yeah, I mean, it's early. He did labor. There's no question about it. But ultimately, I feel like when you go 21 months without throwing a pitch and then you're inserted into the game and maybe you struggle a little bit, then I think he's going to be fine. And this happens to a lot of pitchers where it just takes some time to get back in the groove. And when you're Shohei Ohtani, you're accustomed to him being great all the time, no matter what he does, whether he's pitching, whether he's hitting. Ohtani is always great. So it's weird to see him struggle a little bit, but he is a human being, and the arm can only take so much. Sandy Alcantara is sort of a good example in that he went through a similar surgery, and just now, after bad start after bad start after bad start, he's starting to look like the pitcher of old. Not necessarily that it will take Shohei that long, but even the best of the best have a hard time recovering often when you're talking about such a serious surgery.
Oh, absolutely. But the difference is only one of these players is regarded as the best baseball player of this generation. So again, the standards for Ohtani are just so high, and the standards are high for anybody watching him. Because how many times have we watched Ohtani play baseball and there's some stat line out of it where it's like, this hasn't been done since 1912 and shoeless, toothless Joe Jackson or whatever, somebody did it. So it just like the expectations are so high for Ohtani that if he struggles in his first few starts, it is going to be weird, especially for this Dodgers team that desperately needs pitching. They have 4 starters on the injured list. Jake and I were laughing last night because we were looking at how many times Kike Hernandez has pitched in a game. And let me reference that for you. If you don't follow baseball, he is a position player for the Dodgers. He's pitched 4 times already. They have had all kinds of position players that have had to come in the game just to eat up innings. And we haven't even reached the All-Star break yet. So they desperately need Ohtani to come back and actually throw some innings.
Well, one guy who did not struggle was Arkansas pitcher Gage Wood. Unbelievable yesterday against Murray State in the College World Series, throwing a no-no. Now, almost threw a perfect game. Hit a batter in the top of the 9th, but in the end, he gets the no-hitter.
And everybody is standing at Charles Schwab Field. 1 strike from history. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wood deals. Swung on and missed. It's a no-hitter.
What a performance. This hardly ever happens at the College World Series. First no-hitter since 1960, only the 3rd all-time as he joins Jim Erler of Texas in 1950 and Jim Wixon of Oklahoma State in 1990, or 1960, I should say. Wood 19 strikeouts in this game. He was unbelievable. And as you might imagine, he is expected to be a top pick in the Major League Baseball draft coming up later on this year. But he was brilliant in the 3-0 Arkansas win, kicking out Murray State.
Oh, absolutely. I thought the funniest part of this was after he threw this, they interviewed him, and all I could say is like, yeah, I shouldn't have hit that guy. Because I guess he hit a guy. I guess he wanted a perfect game. But also this was incredible because he is an Arkansas guy. Born and raised, I believe. You could tell by his accent. So what a moment in Omaha, something that we don't see very often.
Man, incredible. That is so hard to do, especially when you're talking about metal bats. I mean, what a performance by Wood, and based on his Major League Baseball profile, probably not the last time we have heard from him. Coming up on the show, after losing the Super Bowl to the Eagles, it's been a cruel summer for Travis Kelce, but now he's doing something about it. NFL news next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up here on the show, it's not easy losing that pesky weight, but Travis Kelce has reportedly found a way to shake it off. Had to be done.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh, yeah. Extra points for that one. Here in D.C., someone who has not played in the NFL, may never play in the NFL, 14-year-old Caden Bennett, right here in the D.C. area. Unbelievable. He is a football star, at least for now, in 8th grade. Great kid, 3.5 GPA, so he's studying as well. He's at DeMatha Catholic High School. Already gotten some interest from Syracuse in North Carolina. Why do I mention this? Because at the age of 14, he's already hired an agent to help him navigate NIL, potentially. Got an invite to Bill Belichick's football camp in Chapel Hill. But he and his parents say this is just the smart way to do it. The offers are going to start coming in. They want to take advantage of this football talent while he's getting this attention. So while they can, they want to make sure that they navigate it appropriately, which, I mean, is not necessarily a bad call. I just think it's crazy when I read about a 14-year-old kid who has an agent saying, all right, let's see what sort of money we can make here. But that's the world we live in.
Yeah. Is it sad that when you said that thing about being invited to Bill Belichick's football camp, like I just thought of a really bad joke. And I was like, uh-oh, Chelsea, you'll probably get canceled for that. Because I was like, well, he only got invited because Bill Belichick thought he was a girl and 14. But bad age joke. But going back to the NIL thing, it's just these agents are seeing blood in the water. And they're saying, hey, we can start making money on these guys long before they cash a paycheck. So it's a good time to be one of these slick agents. But I don't know how the pay scale works, because I know back when my husband was in college, and this was back in the day where you didn't get an agent till right before the draft, they didn't get paid till his first big league deal. So his agent barely got paid for representing Jake all of those years. So yeah. I don't know what the stipulations are for some of these guys who represent these kids in college. I wonder if they don't get paid until the kid gets paid.
I think that's probably part of it. I mean, the motivation, I don't know. Each deal is different.
So that kind of depends, because there's no one really regulating the agents right now. It's one of the many issues with NIL. So hopefully this 14-year-old in D.C. has a good relationship with the agent, but there is a potential that the agent's going to come in and immediately say, I want 20% of everything. And you're going to get 20% of everything. And some of those, we've seen major leaguers, I know you've heard about this as well, where early on in their careers, they get a huge upfront sum to make sure that they get paid no matter what. But ultimately, if they make the big leagues, then a massive chunk of any contract they may sign goes to the agent that signed them initially. So, yeah, they get that huge paycheck. Okay, maybe I make $10 million. That's incredible. But guess what? If I make it to the majors and then I sign a $200 million contract, my agent makes 20% of that. So you're losing money long term. It's a very sketchy world when things like that aren't regulated. So, and I'm sure it depends, on family to family, agent to agent, but it's always crazy to me when I see, it used to be, I can't believe this kid is being recruited. Now it's, I can't believe this kid has an agent.
Right, because he's 14. So it is still very strange times. And I do think that now this is putting the pressure on the parents to educate themselves, because you need to see what's going on, what's the going rate, because some of these agents will take way too much. I think we've told our stories about agents, and I had an agent early on in my career that was telling me he wanted to take something like 15%. And you're like, no, in baseball, they take 4%. So get the hell out of here. You will get 3% of my, $24,000. That's the thing. I cannot afford to give you much because I am trying to live above the poverty level. So I think it's just a lot of things where these parents need to look across the room and say, hey, how much is your agent charging? And there needs to be some transparency. And above all else, there needs to be rules and regulations for some of these guys who I think they don't even have to operate with like certain licenses. So I don't know. It's the Wild West when it comes to NIL.
Oh, yeah. I used to have an agent a long time ago, fired my agent. I had a friend of mine, and she, very smart, crazy talented, and this is a long time ago, but she had signed a deal with her agent and didn't read the fine print, and he signed her to a deal where he got like 10 to 15% of her earnings in perpetuity, like no matter what. And so she had a friend of hers who happened to be a lawyer who was trying to get her out of this contract. It was a total mess, and I mean, an awful deal, and she just kind of missed it. And, you know, you have to be very careful because you find someone who doesn't have any scruples, and the next thing you know, then you're paying all this money that you shouldn't have to pay. Travis Kelce seems like he's fine. Doesn't have any agent issues. Maybe last year had an issue with weight. I don't know. It's not something I noticed, but reportedly he has lost a significant amount of LBs during the offseason. This is according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler on SportsCenter.
Yeah, Kevin, the Chiefs knew that Kelce was going to be gone this week. He's expected back for minicamp. He'll address the media and be on the practice field, all that fun stuff. And he will debut a bit of a slimmer look. He's told people close to him that he's lost about 25 pounds this offseason. Played a little heavier in 2024 was sort of a thing. He vowed to change it, and he has. And so, as we talked about before, this could be the last dance here for him. Mid-30s, still a productive player. They want to go to him on third down, but declining a little bit. So he's trying to be slimmer and has gone hardcore this offseason to make it work in what could be his final season.
Yeah, maybe.
Fowler also says this will essentially be Kelce's final season in the NFL. Last year, he had 823 receiving yards, lowest since his rookie season, but he was still named to his 10th Pro Bowl. And I never thought that Travis Kelce was overweight last year. I think that was a thing early on, like week 3 or 4. People were like, "Ooh, look how big Travis Kelce looks." But you see this all the time. Like there was that dumb video. Didn't you reposted this? Where someone was like, look at Deebo Samuel. He sure looks slow. It's like, okay, he's running around a minicamp, but suddenly he's slow. Things like this can be taken out of proportion. But I will also say, as you get older, particularly in the NFL, just slimming down and being in better shape probably has less to do with him being out of shape last year and more to do with him being motivated after a loss in the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, and it just helps because I think people were more commenting that he looked slow. And obviously, if you lose some weight and you slim down, maybe you can get faster. And especially at his age, which is old for football players, not for this earth, you have to do everything to get your body physically ready. And I do think there is an element of Taylor Swift lives in a different stratosphere as like the rest of us. And I feel like she has access to things that like, you know, the normal population does not. So I think when you operate in these type of circles where I'm not saying that like he's taking some sort of supplements, I'm just saying that if there is a doctor, if there is a physical therapist, if there is a workout person, Taylor Swift probably knows who that person is. And the reason I bring this up is because it reminds me of when Justin Verlander credited his comeback to his wife, Kate Upton. So apparently she knew this like fancy doctor in New York who was like a physical therapist. He started going to her and then he had like this turnaround season and he looked incredible. So sometimes it is the significant others who give you a boost. So I don't know if Taylor Swift has her fingerprints on this, but we'll see. It should be a good thing for Travis Kelce moving forward.
I mean, maybe, but also don't NFL players have access to everything? I mean, haven't they had access to everything forever? Like
Taylor Swift is a billionaire, though.
So what? It doesn't mean anything. These guys are multi-millionaires. And Taylor Swift is not an athlete. She's a singer. Like, you can go... athletes forever have gone overseas to have experimental platelet treatment. They have access to the best doctors on the planet. I mean, wouldn't you get advice for or from a world-class athlete, which you have access to, as opposed to a pop singer?
I'm just saying she has access to maybe different people because, like, this is a real thing. Like, I don't know if you follow the thing with Justin Verlander, but Kate Upton ran, I guess, in different circles. There was somebody that she knew that Justin Verlander, who was at, the top of his game, he was winning Cy Youngs. This is somebody who was not familiar with. I am just saying it's in the realm of possibility. So maybe it's not. It just made me think of that one example.
Well, regardless, the Chiefs 8-1 to win the Super Bowl behind the Eagles at plus 650, the Ravens 7-1, and the Bills also at 7-1. Chiefs are the favorites to win the AFC West, which should be interesting this year at minus 125. Well, we know Antonio Brown appears like he is in trouble with the law. A warrant has been issued for his arrest. We know that because of what happened last month after a celebrity boxing event where he appeared in front of police and he posted this video on X and then said, look, I'm free. I didn't do anything wrong. Police gathered that evidence from that crime and have now charged Antonio Brown with attempted murder, but he is speaking out on X. Probably not the best thing to do when you have those charges pending against you. And guess who's he's blaming the media. It's our fault. He posted this quote from Malcolm X. The media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and to make the guilty innocent because they control the minds of the masses. I did not realize that the media was responsible for gathering evidence in an attempted murder case. Like, I haven't seen anything from the media that says, oh, look at Antonio Brown. This is why he's guilty. He's guilty because police did an investigation and they have decided that Antonio Brown allegedly tried to kill someone. So I don't want to say, hey, this is Antonio Brown losing his mind. But if I were Antonio Brown, a guy who has had problems with the law before, I would maybe shift my focus on the evidence at hand and not taking the low-hanging fruit, which is blaming the media, who has nothing to do with gathering evidence and then ultimately issuing a warrant for your arrest.
Right. It's the legal system that is putting him on trial. It's not the media. This is not a media trial. But what's crazy to me is that you would think that a murder charge would make Antonio Brown shut his mouth and maybe stop tweeting for a second. No. He even had time, 2 days ago, to tweet out a gay slur about Caleb Williams. Like, he just doesn't stop. Like, you can blame the media all you want, but you just keep providing fire and ammo for the belief that, like, you kind of lost it. And, if that's the case, obviously it's a sad situation. He doesn't seem like he's 100% there, but he's certainly not helping himself.
No, not at all. Because the more you speak out about something like this, here's the thing. Maybe it's not hurting you a ton, but it's definitely not helping you. So maybe Antonio Brown will get the legal advice he needs, which is to, hey, let's log off for a while and focus on this case. But knowing Antonio Brown, probably not going to do that. He says he was jumped by a couple guys who tried to steal his jewelry and hurt him. The police say that he fired 2 shots at a man chasing him and shooting him twice after taking a gun from a security officer. Well, I don't know how you transition from Antonio Brown and an alleged murder attempt to Joey Chestnut. He likes to murder some hot dogs on July 4th. How about that? Oh, come on, Joey Chestnut. He's back. He's back. Last year, there was a big, I don't want to say controversy because at the end of the day, it's still a hot dog eating contest. But he did not appear at the Nathan's hot dog eating competition on Independence Day because they were unhappy that he had a different sponsor. Well, now that has all worked out. Joey Chestnut is back. So he has won this event a record 16 times, the greatest competitive eater of all time. When you think of competitive eating on July the 4th, when you think of these athletes stuffing their gullets with these hot dogs, with these glizzies, and the buns are dipped in the water, is this something that you think is exciting and fun to watch once a year, or does it gross you out?
It does gross me out, but I'll still turn it on. And it just hit me that we finally have a comparison for Caitlin Clark when it comes to viewership. Because doesn't it feel like if Joey Chestnut is not in the mix, people ain't gonna watch? I didn't watch it last year. So this is great for competitive eating. It's great for the sport. And I'm glad that he's back. I don't know if he's going to be, at his full championship level, but I'll still probably be betting on him. So I do think that it is a great thing that Joey Chestnut is back. And I think that ratings will go up since he is back as well.
This event is disgusting. This event makes me want to vomit when I'm watching it, especially at the end. And it's like, oh, he's got 62. And he's like, oh, that's me. Good. I'm glad we got that on video. Me eating a hot dog. and the bun after it. And guess what? I love it. I love it every year. I'm glad it's only once a year. Like, I'm not someone who follows the competitive eating circuit, but I'll tell you something. There's just something about watching Joey Jaws devour the competition. I want to see him do the most American thing on Independence Day, and that is bring home the mustard belt for the 17th time. Thank God he is back. Coming up next on the show, you know what's back on a Tuesday? Our streaming corner. Always nice to have something to watch, maybe clear the palate after watching an eating contest or something like that. We're going to find out what everyone is watching this week. It is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on a BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. That's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. Dylan's here. Denton's here. Double D's here. The whole crew ready to go. Coming up on the show, we'll take a deep dive into what we're watching as we settle into my streaming corner. Heavy emphasis on deep dive. A lot of puns today. You know what? I did not realize that Denton Day, our executive producer, is not only the producer of this show. Apparently, future TikTok star, Denton.
Apparently, walked into what could have been the back of a TikTok on accident.
Oh, man.
Dancing, had the tripod set up. Couldn't tell where the camera was and what the angle of the camera was, but I might have just made an appearance in a TikTok. So
yes,
this is
viral.
This is my new life.
The first day of the rest of your life.
I mean,
I feel like all you can do is own it, right? Like you hope that you go viral and people flame you, and then you own it and you're self-aware and you're like, listen, I know these Crocs are ugly, but I love them. And that's
I need to pull an Angel Reese. Yeah, she just copyrighted Me Bounds. So I just need someone to flame me enough with a hilarious like Croc guy or something like that, and then I'll brand that as a T-shirt.
Wait, she trademarked Me Bounds?
Yeah.
That's I mean, self-aware queen.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Expert level trolling and marketing by her. If you're gonna make fun of me, I will make money off of you making fun of me.
Oh my god, yeah. Me Bounds. They're not rebounds, they're Me Bounds. Basketball rebounds for kids, Me Bounds. That's terrible. I did not realize that.
Well, it's a self-troll, right? Because she's getting her own rebound. It's a Me Bound. So, like, it's genius what she's doing, but it is a troll of her. It's calling it a Me Bound.
I mean, I would not want to lean into something like that, but you know what? $1's a dollar. I mean, I guess good for her. I wouldn't want to do that. Like, this is a knock on my game. Let me go ahead and lean into that. I guess it's a smart business decision on her part, but I would not want to continue to highlight. That is something that I want to push aside, overcome based on the level of my play. But
I think in the PR playbook, though, like you have to have, isn't it self-awareness? I feel like goes so, deep when it comes to trying to, cash in on social media, because we've seen people go, social media viral for things that weren't especially flattering, but people make money off of it. Like, look at the Hawk Tuah girl. Like, that's not necessarily something flattering for her, like this small town girl that talks about her granny all the time, but she has, I don't want to say created an empire off it, because that's it's a little rich, but you get what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, it feels like at the end of the day, like, famous is famous. The way you get there doesn't seem to matter anymore. So Denton, there you go. Let's hope that everybody roasts you.
Yeah.
Can we throw a poll question up? I'm gonna text our social guy, because Dylan just put this in the chat, and I'm curious. What is a better branding, Me Bounds or Pray Ups? I think Pray Ups might have been the one that she missed out on, because Pray Ups is hilarious.
Yeah.
It took me a minute to get that, but now I understand it.
I think Pray Ups is much better. And it just has. I feel like it just has. I mean, you can.
Double.
Yeah. Wow. Good for her. Pray Ups is a good one though. That just rolls off. Me Bound sounds a little wonky, at least to me, but Pray Ups, man, that's perfect. Yeah, why not both? I guess that's the way to do it.
Pray Ups and Me Bound.
Wow. Look for Denton today.
Menu.
Yeah. Look for Denton today on TikTok. That was like a few weeks ago. I was having a drink, and this couple next to me had a Polaroid camera, or one of, not an actual old school Polaroid camera, but a camera that takes Polaroid pictures. And all of a sudden I glance out of the left corner of my eye, and I see this large pink camera pointed in my direction, and it's her getting a selfie with her boyfriend. And I glance over like, huh? And flash, click. All of a sudden the Polaroid comes out. I'm like, oh God. I definitely looked over with my mouth open, like, what's going on over there? And so I didn't say anything, but I did hear one of them say, like, oh, look at this guy. And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely me. That's me caught in the background looking at what you're doing. Wasn't great.
At least it's a Polaroid, though. Like, it's not something that maybe is directly uploaded onto the internet. Like,
True.
Maybe it's just going to live on a Polaroid.
Yeah, that's actually the hope until that Polaroid is uploaded to TikTok or something, and then someone superimposes their face on front of it. I want you to take a look at this guy in the background. Hopefully. I think if it would have happened, it would have happened by now. But yeah, I will pass on that. Well, okay. We know everyone's been watching Angel Reese and her Pray-Ups. Now let's find out what we've been watching.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Thank you, Double D. So no true crime. Been watching a couple of documentaries, and I watched Implosion, the Titanic sub disaster on Max. There's two of these you can watch. One was produced by Discovery. That's on Max. There's one coming out. There's one out right now on Netflix called Titan, the Ocean Gate submersible. So if you're interested in what went wrong, then I would highly recommend. I haven't seen the second one, but I definitely watched Implosion, the Titanic sub-disaster, and you will just marvel and be filled with anger at how this was not stopped any sooner. Like going back to the very beginning, the fact that someone didn't step in and say, this doesn't need to happen. This doesn't need to happen. They even have someone from Discovery, and there's a show on Discovery Channel where they go out and they look at different watercraft and they do, essentially feature stories and say, oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. And they interview the guy who is the host of that show, and he's interviewed as part of this documentary. And he says he went to the president of the company or the head of the company, whoever's heading up his division, and said, we can't do this. Said, we can't promote this. I know we've spent some money, with travel and going out and investigating and doing the story. We can't do it because something really bad is going to happen. And it was just person after person after person just saying, this is not going to turn out well. The problem is Stockton Rush, who was the man in charge of this, accepted all of this money to develop the Ocean Gate submersible. And he just got too far ahead of himself where he had to make it work because so much money was on the line, and he just threw safety to the side. So if you want the backstory to it, it's not necessarily a tough watch. It's more, to me, I just got angry. I'm like, why didn't someone say, stop? This was absolutely preventable, but very interesting if you're interested in more of an in-depth look at that topic.
Oh, that stresses me out. I think that's one of the two most stressful things I can watch something on, is that stuff deep in space and stuff that's deep below the surface of the ocean. Like, those are two worlds I never want to go to. So, like, this seems very stressful for me. So, Jenks, I think I will politely pass. This seems very stressful.
Huh? That's fair. I don't blame you. I mean, I don't like that kind of stuff. Yeah, that makes me nervous. But I just, every time because they're in, a very, very tight space, and anytime they do a practice run, I mean, more often than not, like, there were massive problems. Things were always going wrong. And there's at one point the guy from Discovery's in there, and you see him looking around like, what the hell is going on? Like, you can see it in his face. Like, okay, like, you're going to continue to go deep in the ocean in this thing with this many problems, and they were just oblivious to it. So what have you been watching?
All right, so I haven't been watching anything, but I do have something that I want to nominate for like a new Lifetime movie, because we see these like crimes happen and you're like, ooh, this needs to be on Dateline. And Jenks, this one has a sports spin. So I'm going to paste the link into the chat, and you need to be casting this as I'm laying out the details, because I want to know what actors are going to be playing the leads here. So apparently there is a guy who used to be a Major League Baseball pitcher, Danny Serafini. He was a first-round pick for the Twins back in the day. I think it was like 1995. So he played baseball, and this is like a few years ago. So apparently he is accused of killing his father-in-law, shooting his mother-in-law, and he's having an affair with a family nanny. So this is an ongoing court case. It's around Lake Tahoe. It happened at a Lake Tahoe mansion. It's going to be great scenery. It's got a former MLB pitcher. And so take a look at these pictures. I was trying to think who I'm going to cast. The guy kind of looks like Patrick Dempsey, you know, Dr. McDreamy from Grey's Anatomy. I think maybe he would be good, even though Dr. McDreamy is not that tall, because I think Danny Serafini is like a big guy. And then the nanny, I'm looking at her picture here. She kind of looks maybe like Natalie Portman.
I was going to say
Natalie
that.
Portman might be a little too old, right? You need somebody a little bit, I don't know how old she is. I think this lady's 35. Yeah.
I'd go with Tom Hardy and Natalie Portman. Sydney Sweeney.
Shut up.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Bonk.
In the role of her life. Like, let's just get as many good-looking people as possible and not worry about the acting. That's good job, Dylan.
It's always Sydney Sweeney. Like, this
It's
is the
always
running
Sydney
joke.
Sweeney.
We're like, who should play this role? And Dylan's like, Sydney Sweeney. And you're like, all right, Dylan.
Yeah. Who's going to play Danny Serafini? Sydney Sweeney. Dual role. I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll try. We'll try. Sydney Sweeney and Sydney Sweeney. Okay.
But doesn't this look like something that's made for Dateline?
Oh,
It
yeah.
was the perfect marriage. Or that weird inflection they always do.
Oh, yeah. Keith Morrison. Yeah. But there were problems. We listened to this last night. He started to go into it. This is my favorite. He goes, but there were problems at home. We'll get into that. I'm like, we'll get into that. Okay. All right, Keith. Wow, that's a good find. I did not know this story. This woman does sort of look like Natalie Portman, though. That's a very good call.
Yeah, some of the details are wild. Apparently, he told a bunch of people that he wanted to kill his parents-in-law. Even offered somebody $20,000 to kill him. So, I'm not saying he's guilty, but...
Nah, I'm like Antonio Brown. It's the media's fault. Coming up next on the show, the Thunder now find themselves one win away from their first ever world title. We'll talk about that next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Top of the hour here on the show. It is a Tuesday. It is June 17th. Over the next hour, we will cover them all when it comes to the stories in sports and sports betting. We'll start by reliving the huge night from Jalen Williams as the Thunder take down the Pacers last night to take a 3-2 series lead in the NBA Finals. Can the Pacers make one last comeback to stay alive and maybe capture the crown? At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets, and I still got to talk a little bit about Ohtani, because Ohtani, of course, making his return to the mound last night for the Dodgers, and they certainly need the pitching help. At 7:40, we go on to our blind ratings of summer activities. So I don't know if you've seen this on TikTok, but you put your face up and then like something comes off on the screen and you have to rank it 1 through 5. We're going to do that with all kinds of summer activities. I'm not sure what the choices are going to be. Maybe it's swimming, maybe it's fishing, maybe it's drinking, maybe it's hunting. This has turned into a country song, Jenks. I feel like that's basically most of the lyrics of like every Blake Shelton song. And it's so stupid, but I still like them.
God, I haven't heard a Blake Shelton song in a long time. I've gotten away from country. I think, well, for me, I love country music, but at least for me, a lot of country to me is just very pop infused, and so that's fine. That's kind of where we are. But if I hear country, I kind of want to hear country. And country lyrics might be one thing, but country lyrics to pop music don't do it for me. Like, I want to hear a little steel guitar. I want to hear some country in my country. But maybe I'm just old school like that.
Well, the latest song from Blake Shelton is called Stay Country or Die Trying. So,
oh, God.
I feel like that's pretty country.
Like 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying? Is that a play on that? Like, that's exactly my point.
But, like, Blake Shelton is going to be country. Like, I understand the point you're making about the overall state of country music, that it has gone, like, kind of pop. And it's like, you know, the bedazzled jeans, and a lot of it was, like, Florida Georgia Line. But I feel like Blake Shelton's very much, like, pretty straight line country. Yeah. Like, I understand he's in the new generation, but, like, he's been around the block a while. True. I understand he's married to Gwen Stefani, so maybe that's a little less country. You can't be like, yeah, me and my girl who we've been dating since high school. I feel like there's a certain, like, you know, thing. It's like, here's the formula for your wife that you're supposed to marry or whatever. But Blake Shelton's pretty country.
That's true. That's true. Can't deny that. And he has been around for a long time. So I will trust Blake Shelton and stay country or die trying. I hope he comes out with in the tonk. Instead of in a club, it's in the honky tonk. And, you know, you got to make sure that, you know, things stay in the tonk. I don't know. But I'll listen to it. I'll give it a shot.
I remember the first time I heard Old Red, the song about, like, the hunting dog. Ain't nobody get past Red. And I feel like we sang it a lot because we made fun of it. But then we started liking it, and now I actually like the song. So it's catchy. I'll give him that. But it is very, very country, like to the point where it's like, okay, nobody's this country.
Right. But sometimes I like a good old country song. You know what I mean? Because those are, but and they're out there for sure. You just have to do a little searching, a little more searching. I mean, certainly there are artists that definitely stick to more, I don't want to say formulaic, but more of the tradition of country music, you know? So I think it's because I listen to a lot of popular music, and there's a lot of, now more than ever, there's a ton of artists out there. And there's a lot of genre-bending artists where I think before you would classify someone as being this type of music or this type of music or this type of music, but now a lot of those genres blend together.
Yeah, Taylor Swift was one of those. Started in country music, went to pop, but now she lives squarely in pop, and she has not gone back. All right, so did you know that Blake Shelton is from the state of Oklahoma? And that's where we had our NBA Finals game last night as the Thunder take down the Pacers in Game 5 of this series. So now Oklahoma City has a 3-2 series lead. Final score on this one, 120-109. We continue to see this trend for the Pacers is that 110 is the magic number. They are undefeated thus far in the finals and in the postseason when they score at least 110 points. But the defense locked down for the Thunder, and Jalen Williams absolutely exploded in this game. 40 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. SGA not bad as well. 31 points. And these two, of course, combining for 71 points. But it was a game where the entire team mattered. I think defensively, Lou Dort did a great job of shutting down Tyrese Halliburton, who I know played through a lower leg injury, but still, he was very much a non-factor in this game. This was almost the TJ McConnell game, who did a great job of stepping up with Tyrese Halliburton off the court. But still, Jenks, it looks like in a war of attrition, feels like the Thunder have the upper hand now. And the books are kind of pointing us in the right direction, or at least it feels that way. We kind of balked at some of these prices because earlier in the series, the Thunder were still sizable favorites when it came to the series prices. But the more the series goes, the more I'm leaning towards the Thunder winning the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I'm sad. I'm so sad. It's over. Series is over. It's over. And I was on the Pacers train for a long time. I have done nothing but pound the table for the Pacers. The Pacers. So this is one of those things where both things can be true, right? Because the Thunder absolutely deserved to win last night. They were really clutch in Game 4, SGA in particular, late in that game. Last night, you mentioned that lockdown defense. The Thunder, throughout the regular season, for most of the postseason, have had the best defense in the NBA. That gets overlooked. So they played to their full potential last night in Oklahoma City, and they've been awesome all season, even during the playoffs, recovering from losses like they did when they were down 2-1. So full credit to Oklahoma City. But there is no way the Pacers can win now with Tyrese Halliburton banged up. They just can't. And to the Pacers' credit, no one is making excuses. I'm not making excuses. Injuries are a part of the sport. That's the way it goes. But Tyrese Halliburton, as a lot of people have pointed out, and I think rightfully so, for the Pacers to win, he has to be aggressive and he has to score. When Tyrese Halliburton scores 20 or more points, the Pacers are 8-0 in the playoffs. And now he can't score. He had 4 points in last night's game, 0 for 6 from the field. I mean, he's out on the court. He's doing his best to distribute, but he can't score. And he can't. Like, he re-injured that leg. He came back. It's wrapped up. He's doing his best. It's just not there for him. And so when you take a guy that important to the Pacers lineup out of the mix, at least scoring-wise, they're not going to be able to keep up with the Thunder. So I think this finals is done.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way because I thought that the Pacers would look good early on in this series because we've seen it in the postseason is that defenses need some time to adjust to the speed and the pace at which the Pacers play. But if anybody can lock down defense, it's certainly Oklahoma City, who, remember earlier in the postseason, they made Nikola Jokic look bad, which is not an easy thing to do. So I think moving forward, like obviously the storyline is going to be Jalen Williams. This was certainly his game. It had his handprints all over it. But it's still the defense for me. What we've seen from Chet Holmgren, what we've seen from Lou Dort, that just makes it extremely difficult for Indiana to get things going. Because obviously Tyrese Halliburton, not 100%. But even if he was, you know, we have seen Oklahoma City kind of have his number. And he was not effective in this game, even when he did try to shoot. So I think moving forward, it does look like the Thunder. But here is the rallying call, I think, for the Pacers, is that they've done this time and time again. They have come out of holes in which nobody expected them to crawl out of. They have been undervalued all postseason long, and nobody expected them to be here. So, Jenks, do you think there is a glimmer of hope for the Pacers? I feel like if you ask them, they're still very much in it.
Nah. I mean, I hate to be so defeatist. You just can't have your best player or arguably your best player limping around like this. Maybe he has some sort of incredible moment and they pull it together. And look, the one thing about the Pacers, I will say this, is that they're a very deep team, as we know. So maybe it's TJ McConnell stepping up. Maybe it's Pascal Siakam losing his mind. I don't know who it's going to be, but there's no question that I feel like Siakam is the heart and soul of this team. But Halliburton's game, that's when he is aggressive the way he is, distributing and scoring. And think about how many clutch shots he has hit late. Like, that's another thing, too, that if it's tight late, you want to go to your guy who right now is not the same. And so I know I'm being such a downer right now talking about the Pacers. And it's not like Tyrese Halliburton can't move when he's on one leg, but he's certainly not the same. Even Rick Carlisle said as much after the game. Yeah, he's not 100%. But again, full credit to the Thunder. That's just the way it goes. But the Pacers, you have to have your leader. You just do. You can't have, if you're the Thunder, you can't have SGA kind of limping around and not at 100%. You need him. He saved them back in Game 4. So there is the possibility that this goes back to Indiana and the rest of those Pacers guys step up and they find a way because they're so deep and they rely on their bench and maybe Obi Toppin comes in and hits some big-time shots or a dunk or two and motivates these guys and they send it back to Oklahoma City. So maybe in Game 6, but I just don't foresee a situation where even if they win in Game 6, if we go back to Game 7 and it's an Oklahoma City team at home in front of that crowd, I just don't see a situation now with Halliburton banked up that the Pacers find a way to win this series. And the odds are telling you that. I mean, right now the Thunder are minus 2,500 to win this thing.
Right, and that's not a price that I would play, but I do think it's probably the Thunder that win this. And maybe the Pacers have a better chance if they jump out to an early lead. Because that was the problem. And that's the problem for a lot of these games is that the Pacers have to dig themselves out of holes. And when you're facing a team like Oklahoma City who can score, 120 easily and has that lockdown defense, it's just so difficult to put yourself in that position. And you can't count on Tyrese Halliburton to keep, hitting game-winning threes. Because that's the other thing. Even if Tyrese Halliburton was 100%, these are not repeatable ways to win games, if you catch my drift. I will say, from an offensive standpoint, Oklahoma City, great from the three-point line, shot 42%, but the Pacers shot 45% as well. So they made their threes. It just too little too late when it came to the fourth quarter. So everybody has pretty much closed the book on this series. Like you said, the odds kind of in the favor of the Thunder. Minus 2,500 is the price. Let me ask you this, Jenks. Do you think this still goes to 7 games, or do you think Oklahoma City finishes the deal in this next game?
I think I would take the Thunder. I would take the Thunder minus 4.5. God, I sound like such a Debbie Downer. I'm trying to be positive this morning. We can get some sunshine around here, Denton?
Liquid sunshine. It gon' rain.
He's like, no, it's going to be dreary all day. All day. There is a way. But here's the thing. You can't quantify what this does to the Pacers mentally. And there's a difference. There is a difference between, okay, we're down in this series, we always rally, and okay, how are we going to get it done when arguably our best player is clearly not the same? Tyrese Halliburton had 4 points. 4. That's just not a recipe for the Pacers. He was 0 for 6 from the field. He's a decoy out there. So he's not the same player. And look, that's sports. That's the game. Sometimes big names get banged up, and that's the way it goes, and it's a real bummer. But now that the Thunder know they're this close to the title, now that they just finished winning in Indianapolis, and now that Tyrese Halliburton is clearly not 100%. And by the way, he re-injured a previous injury. It's not like this is something that he's been battling and now we're leaning into it. No, he re-injured it last night. That's why he left the game and then came back. So things are more serious than they were just a few games ago. I think OKC closes this out.
I wouldn't be shocked if it goes to 7. Because here's the thing, we keep counting out the Pacers, and this still wasn't, it probably should have been a blowout, but the Pacers kept, coming back. So I do think there is a chance that the Pacers take another game. And BetMGM is offering exactly 2 bets right now when it comes to the futures market. They're offering the winner, which is the Thunder minus 2,500, Pacers plus, basically 10-1, or the correct series result. You can bet on the Thunder to win 4-3 for plus 270. Do you like that, Jenks? Probably not, huh?
I don't know. I mean, I like that I've been down the whole time. You're like, how about this one? I was like, no. No. Sorry. Sorry, Chelsea. I appreciate the spin, though. I mean, you're trying to get me there, and it's a hell of an effort. I'm just not feeling it.
It makes me suspicious that there are only 2 futures bets offered. And they're like, this one's plus 270. You're like, no.
Exactly.
Give me more options. All right, so we do have some more options when it comes to betting on baseball. A nice little slate today. We'll go over our favorite bets on the diamond next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Off and rolling. Let's do it. It's time to talk a little baseball. Here in a few minutes, we'll go over our favorite plays on the MLB slate. And Jenks, MLB.com, I'm sure, was happy to see that Shohei Ohtani was back on the mound last night. Of course, it is the front page of MLB.com. What do you think it would have taken for another player to steal, the top billing from Ohtani last night? Like, I was just thinking about this. Do you think if a player hit for the cycle and then proposed to his girlfriend, he would have taken away like the top billing from Ohtani? Or do you think the writers were like, no, it's Ohtani. He threw an inning. He is still our top story.
No, probably have to be a death or something. Like nothing's going to overtake Ohtani. Be like, Trout chokes on steak, passes away. Be like, whoa, what the hell? And then right under it, it'd be like, Ohtani dazzles in debut.
Former teammate,
like, yeah,
Ohtani.
Yeah, it's just like
former
teammate, thrills in debut. Like, okay, guys. I mean, it's just nothing. Which I understand. He's the biggest star in the world when it comes to this sport. So I understand that. But there's not much of anything that would have been able to overtake what Shohei did. What he did was appear. That's the funny thing. Yes, he exists. Shohei still going strong, That's essentially all he needs to. And I understand, because he's the one that drives the storylines. He drives the interest, and it's always exciting when he's on the field, particularly when he's pitching for the first time in 21 months. So I get it, but your point is well taken.
Yeah, they had a whole write-up on one inning, and it's warranted. Like you said, he is a generational player, and he is the biggest name in baseball, but he did give up a run to the Padres last night. He kind of labored through 28 pitches in the first inning, didn't have a single strikeout, and I saw a ton of people, because we talked about this on the show, or at least maybe we talked about it after the show. We said, like, I wonder what the strikeout prop is set for Ohtani, since we don't know how many innings he's pitching. It was set at 1.5. I bet the books absolutely cleaned house on that one. Do you know how many people are like, oh, Ohtani's going to strike out the side? He didn't have a single strikeout.
The books always know, man. They always know. Yeah, he labored in. Also, I thought the Dodgers were really smart to say, we're not going to push this. Would have been easy for them to do. He threw, 28 pitches? So obviously not a ton of pitches, but I think this was more of, let's just get him out there. And he's laboring a little bit. Okay, let's get him out there. Let's not be overzealous here. And we were discussing this. How long is he going to go after a long layoff? And this is way before the initial timeline, which was let's get him in after the All-Star break. So we all were sort of surprised that it was this early. But I think the Dodgers did the right thing, which was let's just kind of get him out there, get him back in the, sort of back in the way he normally does things. And Shohei himself said he's not accustomed to not pitching. So he's had to make this weird adjustment where he's used to doing both. And then for almost 2 years, he doesn't get to do both. And now he goes back to what he did originally. And so not only does it take time for your arm to get back into game shape, I think for a guy who is so regimented like Shohei is, it's probably going to take him some time to sort of get back into the schedule that he's most comfortable with.
Well, and also it's a good Padres lineup. It was like guys like Manny Machado who drove in the RBI. So just one of those things. He is still Ohtani. He is still good. It is one outing, but still some work to do to get back up to the workload that we're normally used to him seeing. But you mentioned him like feeling more comfortable when he pitches. He was 2 for 4 at the plate with 2 RBIs as the Dodgers won the game 6-3 over the Padres. All right, so let's go to the slate, try to pick some winners here. So we have another installment of Phillies Marlins, which was a nice winner for the squad yesterday. Jenks, I was watching this game, and as I was watching the Marlins batters, I thought to myself, wow, I don't know a single name of a hitter in the Marlins lineup. Like Sandy Alcantara, obviously, who pitched yesterday, is a big name. But the Marlins had some guys who actually had good batting averages, so I was kind of surprised. But we've got another installment of this one, and this time it is I wouldn't call it a revenge game, but Jesus Luzardo did pitch for the Marlins in his previous stop. He's from Miami, so he's starting for the Phillies today. Philly big favorites today, though. They're minus 210, Miami plus 170, total of 8 runs. Cal Quantrill gets the ball for the Fish. He is 3-7 with a 5.61 ERA. So, Jenks, we liked the Phillies yesterday at that price. Do you still like the Phillies today at this price?
Yes, I do. I have the Phillies on the run line. I'm not going to lay this kind of juice. But, yeah, I mean, minus 125. God, maybe I'll add this to the card. Nah, my God, I got 5 bets on the card. I'm just going to go big today. Here's what I'm going to do. This summer, I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to throw some bets around, and then I know I'm going to have to tighten it up in time for football season. Like, I'm going to have to be a little more judicious with how I bet and the research that I put in. But you know what? Why not? Middle of summer, we got baseball, a little bit of basketball, some golf sprinkled in. I'll tighten it up come fall. But yeah, I like the Phillies here. I think Luzardo, there's always that sort of revenge factor there. Cal Quantrill has been okay, been better recently. But if you look at the Phillies and how they performed against the Marlins recently, like they've dominated the Marlins when playing in Florida, and most of those wins have come on the run line. So we saw that last night. I think we see it again tonight. I'd go Phillies minus 1.5.
Yeah, I like that as well. If there were anything to play in this game, because I think the best sign of confidence in the Phillies is the fact that their offense has started to reemerge. I understand that Bryce Harper is still out, but they've scored at least 7 runs in 4 of their last 5 games, including last night, taking advantage of, I think it was 7 runs. I need to double check that. And including taking advantage of a Fish bullpen that's been especially worn. Like that was my handicap yesterday, is that the fact that they had 14 pitchers used over the last 2 games. Sandy Alcantara was pretty decent last night, but still, it's just the arms are getting worn down in the pen for the Fish, and it does feel like the bats are returning slowly for the Phillies. So I think the Phillies are the play there. All right, next up, Jenks, this might be a sore spot. The Rockies and the Nationals. I am so sorry about yesterday, but good news for you is that Antonio Senzatella is back on the mound. He's 1-10 for the Rockies. So I know you faded the Rockies yesterday without any luck, but are we back on this just out of spite?
I don't know what's going on with the Colorado Rockies, okay? But I'm sick and tired of you guys sucking less than you sucked earlier in the year, okay? Listen to me. You guys lose every game except when I fade you, and all of a sudden you turn into like the 27 Yankees. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand what is going on. Colorado is spiting me, and I want to spite them back. Who's going? Big S? Oh, Senzatella today?
He's 1-10.
He's 1-10. And guess, you know what? Guess when that, I don't think he got the win. You remember what happened last time I faded Senzatella? Like the Rockies were something like 0-62 when trailing by 2 runs or more going into the 9th. I think I had the Giants in that game. Guess what? The Rockies won outright. I don't understand why you guys can't play bad baseball. You're a bad baseball team. Play bad baseball when I bet on you. Should I just add this to the card out of spite? Maybe I should. Spite play. It's been a while since I've done just a pure spite play. Senzatella's bad, but the Nationals are so bad right now. Like the Nats are really bad right now. How many games in a row have the Nats lost? We have 9, 10. I mean, they got to break out of it at some point. Maybe tonight's the night. But I don't know. Colorado's favored to keep it within a 1.5. That's minus 125. Any other team but the Nats are just a mess right now. So, all right. You win this battle, Colorado. But I'll be back.
Yeah. I mean, they've won 2 games in a row, and here they sit with, 15 wins to their name in the middle of June? It's crazy. I feel like you look at some of the scores, and you're like, am I high? Am I the one that's smoking something? Like, I feel like I need that, like, J.R. Smith face where you're just like, what? The Rockies won 2 games in a row? I don't know what I'm smoking. But I do think if you want a way to play this game and you don't want to trust the Nationals completely, you could do Antonio Senzatella like over his earned runs prop. I would imagine it's usually 2.5. Maybe it's 3.5 because he's not very good. But the Nationals have like a sneaky lineup that does have some good bats in it. I'm not sure if I trust their bullpen, but still, maybe a way to play that Rockies game if you don't want to go against the mighty Rockies on the money line. All right, so let's go next to the Mets and the Braves. So David Peterson's been really good for New York this year, 5-2, 2.49, going against Spencer Schwellenbach, who's 5-4 with a 3.11 ERA. So Jenks, normally I like to play the Mets when they are at home. They've been fantastic in this spot, but they're on the road in this one. And Atlanta, home favorites here, -135, Mets +115, total of 8 runs. Are you interested in the Mets as underdogs here?
You know what? I actually am. I need some plus money on the card, and I think this is the time to get it, right? You're getting a Mets team that is very good. David Peterson, I feel like he's a guy that you can trust on a regular basis. Like every time he goes out, all he does is just quietly pitch well, and it's not often that you get a Mets team or a very good team at this sort of price. So when you got Peterson on the hill and you've got the Mets against a Braves team that has underperformed this season, certainly at some point they'll get better, and they have gotten better somewhat. But yeah, I'd be on the Mets here, plus money.
Yeah, David Peterson's coming off a complete game shutty against the Nationals. I was looking at today's slate, and I feel like the consensus is that pitchers don't go deep in games anymore. But there are a couple of guys on today's slate that have had back-to-back really quality starts, because David Peterson, even before that, went 7 innings, only gave up 3 earned runs in his last start. So some of these guys are taking off, the narrative of pitchers only going 5, and he's coming off a good one. So I'd be on the Mets here if I played anything. Again, keep in mind that the Mets are only 18-17 on the road as opposed to 27-10 at home. But Atlanta hasn't been that great at home, 19-15 this year, and 39 overall as a team. So I'd still be on the Mets, the better team here. All right, so the other guy I was mentioning, the other guy who's thrown a complete game shutout, Andrew Abbott. What a season he's having for the Redlegs. 6-1 this year with a 1.87 ERA. His Reds, home favorites here, -120 against the Twins. And David Festa, who we've been making fun of during the break, just because we think his name kind of looks like he would be on Antiques Roadshow or something, but he's not, and maybe we won't be that mean. But Jenks, I do believe you like the Reds today, either on the money line, first 5. What do we like here?
I love the Reds today on the first 5. Andrew Abbott has had a great season, and I keep reading, he's going to have some regression. Well, I don't think it's going to be tonight. I'm actually going to go with the Reds. Initially, I like the Reds on the first 5 money line here, but I think I'm going to go full game, because not only has Andrew Abbott been fantastic, 6-1, 1.87 ERA, but he's given up 1 run or less in 9 of 11 appearances this season. So if you like the Reds on the first 5, I like that as well. David Festa has only 1 start on the road this year, got smashed against the A's, but the Reds also have a much better bullpen than the Twins, particularly over the past month, where Minnesota has been a bottom 5 bullpen. So you take that into account as well. You can find Cincinnati right now on the money line at -118, and I think that's a gift of a price here, especially with Abbott on the mound.
Yeah, and if you look at Minnesota as underdogs this year, they have not been good. Just 9-14 this year when not favored on the money line. So I think that's a pretty solid play. What did we decide that David Festa would do at Antiques Roadshow? Collect antique spoons? David
now,
Festa.
Here is my favorite spoon. Of course, it's very rounded at the top, but let's look at the handle here. It is so ornate. Isn't that special? That is from 1897. This spoon used to belong to Alexander Graham Bell, and it absolutely is one of a kind. I got it at a flea market for $18, and it's worth $125,000. I'm just a huge fan of spoons. I know there's a lot of spoon fans out there, and I'm just excited to be able to share this collection with you guys here on Antique Roadshow.
Yes, and to reference the 1990s rock song, you could call him a spoon man. Don't know if you understand that reference. Who was that by? Spoon Man? Does anybody know the song I'm talking about?
Who was that, Jen?
That was by Soundgarden, and it was a great play on Rock Band.
Ah, Rock Band.
Good call. Yeah.
Haven't heard that in a while. I used to play that with Jake and his roommates in the apartment in college that had the collection of roaches in the corner.
Yeah.
Nice. What a time. What a time. Have you actually watched Antiques Roadshow? I used to watch this with my mom. What a thrill ride.
I hate to admit this, but on TikTok recently, I've gotten into watching a few of these. What was it? No, is it Antiques Roadshow? Yeah. Where I love the idea of, it's like, what, Pawn Stars, where they bring something in and then it's worth, I think it's fascinating that somebody will find something and it's worth exponentially more they could have ever imagined. I saw a guy found a pair of jeans in a wall worth $25,000. Remarkable.
But then I always wonder if they find a buyer for that. Because obviously the value of something is like whoever's willing to pay $25,000 for a pair of jeans. But I bet there's some simp out there. Maybe they were worn by Sydney Sweeney. And of course, they will warrant that price if Sydney Sweeney was wearing those jeans. All right, coming up next, it's time to blind rank our favorite summer activities. Speaking of TikTok, this is all the rage. We're doing it next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back, and hopefully you didn't hear me before we got back on saying, somebody be lying. Because, Jenks, while you were gone during the break, we were having this discussion about Nickelback. How so many people are like, oh, Nickelback's terrible. Well, somebody was making them famous. They had a lot of hits, so, like, somebody was listening to them. And I feel like I was one of them. Like, I liked Nickelback growing up. Like, I think I was, like, a 13 or 14-year-old girl, so, like, I'm not saying that my musical palette was great, but, like, this bothers me when, like, there is, like, some type of joke on the internet and people just pile on. I'm like, you liars. I guarantee you plenty of these people are saying like, oh, Nickelback is cringe. I bet you they had a burnt CD, which for you youngsters out there meant you had to download it off the internet and put it on a CD, which is like a disc, that these people had burnt songs of Nickelback. So, Jenks, maybe you were older and wiser and had maybe a better musical palette. Did you ever listen to Nickelback?
Yeah, I have a handful of songs. I'm not a hater of Nickelback. It's one of those things that once it sort of takes fire or takes hold of the public consciousness or it becomes a thing, then it kind of catches fire, right? And everybody just piles on. Yeah, piles on. But at the end of the day, they've made their entire living on staying together and being a band that tours and that a ton of people. It's one of those bands now where, look, nobody's going to admit it, but if they didn't have fans, they wouldn't be together.
Right.
They'd be gone. And think of how many bands over time. I mean, you can't even begin to go into the number of bands that have lasted a handful of years or they have a couple hits. So the fact that I believe they're still getting it done is a credit to them. But I was never a hater of Nickelback, but certainly I feel like if you know music at all, you've heard that.
Yeah, I remember having a burnt CD with, I think the song was called Hero, and it was on the Spider-Man 2 soundtrack, I think. And I remember, like, I liked this song so much, but only a minute of it was, like, usable. Because, you know, when you download songs, sometimes, like, the last minute and a half is just, like, weird noises.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
well, I got the first minute of it. But I'm wondering if we'll ever see Nickelback, you know, complete the cringe rainbow, where we've seen it with Creed, where it starts as, hey, everybody says Creed is terrible. How do people like this? To now it's so cringy, people like request it to be like funny. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like Creed is like now popular again. People are like, oh, yeah, we're going to have a Creed themed 90s party. So I wonder if Nickelback is sitting there saying, hey, when's our turn? When do we get to the end of the cringe rainbow? We're waiting.
I get that. You know, before that, it was Winger because of Beavis and Butthead. I know this is going way back, but it's true because who was it? I forget which character was wearing which. One wore Metallica and one wore AC/DC, and then the uncool kid wore the Winger t-shirt. And Winger was mega popular like in the 80s and actually a really good band, but Beavis and Butthead was so popular and the dork was wearing Winger. Like, you can actually do a deep dive into this story where immediately Winger was having these big concerts and their popularity dipped in a huge way because suddenly it just became uber uncool to like them at all. So it was one of those things where it was a good band, had a ton of hits, but as soon as that narrative took hold, it was over.
That's crazy. I wonder, I'm trying to think of like the modern day like equivalent, but like I can't think of one.
Yeah.
Maybe like Drake. Because I know a lot of people have gone underground saying, oh, Drake's such a loser. Drake was very popular. Drake had all kinds of number ones. So, like, let's not rewrite history just because of, you know, his little war with Kendrick Lamar. All right. So what we're going to do next is we're going to blind rank summer activities. So I don't know if you've seen this trend on, is it Instagram or TikTok, where somebody shows their face and then it gives you, like, prompts. And you have to rank them without knowing which one comes next. Like, I've seen Bryce Harper do this with, like, you know, baseball teams where I don't think he could name a single player on, like, the Brewers or something, and that was funny. So maybe we'll get some unintentional comedy. So, Denton, I think you were going to lead this. So start us off here. Who's going first?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is you each are going to have a list of 1 through 5. And I'm going to give you an activity that takes place during the summer, and then you are each going to rank that activity on your list. I will keep track of your list so that you guys do not have to. And then we will just kind of go from there. So I put together a very, very good list, and you mentioned Bryce Harper, Chelsea, so we will start in that direction. We will start with going to a baseball game. Where does going to a baseball game rank on your list of top 5 things to do in the summer?
Ooh. I've been to so many baseball games that this is not going to be high on the list for me. Like, my husband pitched 1,000 innings in minor league baseball. I've been to a lot of baseball games, so, like, I don't need to go to any more. I'm going to do 4.
Oh, that's good. I was almost going to do 4 as well. I love a good game. I love the summertime. I love a good dog at the park. You hang out, you get to pregame a little bit, and you can relax, kick back, watch the Nats and Rockies go at it. Okay.
You lost me.
Yeah, I know. I lost myself. I was like, is there a 10 on the list? I'll go 3. Baseball game.
3 for Jenks. All right. Activity number 2, firing up the grill. Getting out there, grilling.
Ooh, well, I want grilled food. I don't want to do the grilling. That's my husband's job because he is a man. But I do like grilled food. So I will put it as number 3.
Number 3. All right. Jenks, grilling.
I'm not a griller. I want to sit back with my drink, and I want someone to grill for me. I don't want to do the work. When I have my time off, the last thing I want to do is put in the work, and I'm not confident in my grilling skills anyway. Like, it'll be okay, but I'm not some sort of master craftsman. That's what happens when you live in the city for 20 years. So I'm going to go 5 for me.
5. All right,
there
next
goes your
up.
man card.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Throw it off the balcony.
All right, how about hanging by the pool?
This has to be number 1, right? The pool is summer. Like, I don't know if swimming's like a different activity, right? Like, this has to be included, right? Is the pool is the activity. Number 1.
Oh, that's a good one. It's either 1 or 2. I'm going to go 2. I feel like there's something I'm not thinking about. I love hanging by the pool as long as I get some shade. If there's no shade, that's the one thing that keeps it from being number 1. Sometimes you go to a pool, it's like, hey, we're all out here burning. Like, that's not good for this guy. You know, I'd rather be grilling. So I'm gonna go 2, hanging by the pool.
All right, so Jenks, you still have 1 and 4 available. Chelsea, you still have 2 and 5 available. Our next activity, hitting up an amusement park. Kings Dominion, Six Flags. I think they're still in business. I don't really know at this point.
Man.
But firing up and hitting up an amusement park.
Let me paint a picture for you. It's 109 degrees. The smell of puke is wafting off the pavement. I am going number 5. I do not want to go to amusement park in the summer. You go in shoulder season when it's not that hot. You go in the spring or you go in the fall, or hell, you even go in the winter if it's Orlando. Number 5.
God, I'd rather grill. Oh, yeah, it's 110 outside. Let me go burn while I almost die when this roller coaster makes a old loop-de-loop. Oh, great. I get to wait an hour and a half in line to get on this ride I don't want to be on anyway. I'm 4.
So you guys are clearly not roller coaster people. I'm getting. We should do a squad amusement park trip, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, all together.
I get nervous on planes. Car seat.
That's a problem.
No.
It's the merry-go-round for Chelsea.
All right, so Jenks, this is your de facto number 1.
Come
Chelsea,
on.
this will be your de facto number 2. The beach.
Yes, that's what I wanted. I was hoping ocean instead of the pool. All right, we're okay. And plus, you could talk me into an amusement park. Come on, everything's fine now. You know what I mean? Oh, yes, the beach. That's what I was going for because I need the ocean more than I need the pool. That's exactly where I want to be at all times. Beach, number 1.
I feel like the ocean is number 2 for me because of the sand. Like, the beach sounds like a great day in theory until you, like, have children or you have to bring things. Because, like, who has done, like, I don't want to call it the walk of shame, but it's like the walk of like resiliency where you're carrying a beach chair, you're carrying a cooler. Oh, and you have to roll it through deep sand. It is pure misery. I feel like this should be like a part of like the Amazing Race or like army training. So going to the beach, especially when you have a child, is an extreme sport. So I'm glad it's number 2. It is fun, but it is challenging.
You should just go to some sort of resort, you know, and let them take care of all that for you. You know, save a little cash. You don't have to bring anything. Let them bring you the drinks. Let them bring you the food. And all you have to worry about is looking at the ocean. I don't want to drag a cooler onto the beach either.
Yeah. So yeah, that sounds nice. If you want to Venmo me, feel free.
I'll do that.
Yeah. What resorts are you going to that save you the money?
Well,
right.
I mean, maybe I meant effort. Fair point.
Jenks,
Fair point.
what was the beach for you growing up? Because I'm gonna like for all the people in the South, it was either Panama City or like the Panhandle, 30A or whatever, or like if you're in North Carolina, it was Myrtle Beach. Like those were like the tourist trap family places that are pretty cheap that you can take the family to by car. So what was the beach in Texas?
I never got to the beach in Texas. I was way too far away.
Really?
Yeah. No, I'm honestly. And we go to the lake, but the beach was South Padre Island, which is how many hours is that away? 5 to 6, easy from where I grew up. So I was not even close to a beach. Like close to water, yes, but close to a beach, no. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember the first time I ever went to a beach. I'm trying to remember when that was. I think I was I in college maybe?
That's crazy.
So, yeah. I mean, I grew up really in the sticks, so a beach wasn't even an option. Maybe that's why I love it so much, because I never.
Now.
Well, that's why it's like I don't even notice, like, because the only time I get to go to a beach, I've never gone to a beach where I'm like, hey, let's pack and go to the beach, because I never grew up with it. So if I'm going to the beach, it's usually on a vacation, because I never had anything close to say, okay, we're going to pack up and we're going to make this a trip. It just was not something that existed.
That's crazy. Like if you were on the NFL draft, like this would be your sob story that they would like latch on to. You're like,
never been to
he never
beach.
even went to a beach, and look at him now, the first overall pick for the Texans. They would definitely use this.
Oh, that's probably why I love it so much. I'm like, wow, look at this. Look at this. Is amazing. I've never seen this before at all. You know, there was a lake next to us. We used to water ski, and they used to have like a catfish catching contest for a long time.
Ooh.
Or maybe it was a bass. That was a bass.
I feel like the lake's underrated. The lake's good too. Like
Yeah, I
that's
like
a
the
good
lake.
summer activity.
Yeah, I mean, I like the lake, but it's not like the ocean. The ocean is much different.
Yeah, but you can water ski at least, and like kneeboard and wakeboard and tubing. Those are fun. All right, coming up next, maybe we'll discover something else Jenks never got to do growing up, or we'll talk about the NBA Finals. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running. It is hour 2 of the Daily Tip. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Oh, even better. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we will recap last night's Game 5 of the NBA Finals in Oklahoma City with the Thunder now 1 win away from a world championship. But that's not the only title we're going to be talking about. Nick Zararis from the Locked On Oilers podcast will be along in 20 minutes to get us set for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight in Sunrise, with the Panthers trying to repeat as Cup champions. And, of course, our best bets head your way at 8:40. Always great to have you along as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. And welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing? You can stream us at valleysportslive.com and on the Valley Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. So in our previous segment, we were talking about going to the beach and how I was not close to a beach. We figured out via Google Maps that if I wanted to drive to Galveston in Texas, because I didn't want to exaggerate, like, ooh, I couldn't get to a beach. If I wanted to drive, it would be approximately, with no stops, we're looking at around 6.5 hours. So that wasn't really plausible when I was growing up. What about you, Chelsea? Dylan said, oh, he grew up going to Myrtle Beach every year. Sounds amazing. Were you close to the beach? I bet you were.
No, we're in Tennessee. So, like, what do you think? It's about 9.5 hours to get to Panama City, but people drive this.
Yeah.
People in Tennessee love the beach to the point where there are so many people around here that have the bumper sticker or like decal on their car, on their window that says Salt Life. And you're like, I don't know if my geography is correct, but Tennessee is landlocked. I don't know how you live the salt life when you just go on vacation to the beach. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if you have a sticker that says salt life, you probably need to live at the beach and live the salt life. You cannot live the salt life in a landlocked state. So this is something that bothers me about Middle Tennessee.
And that's why the bumper sticker on your car says life's a beach. So you get the beach vibe, but it doesn't say that you're actually traveling to the beach.
No, I think mine would be like, my kid can beat up your honor roll student. Have you seen those? Because it used to be like, my kid's an honor roll student at Jackson Anderson Middle School or something. No, I'd want a funny one. Or like the ones that, I don't know if I can say it on air, so I won't. But like, baby up in this beep. Like, because people have the baby on board stickers.
Yeah.
Like, what are we going to do? Be like, well, I was going to ram your car, but now that you told me you have a baby on board, I'm not going to? Like, what's the purpose of the baby on board stickers on people's cars?
Just to let people know, maybe you slow down a little bit. You're aware that there are other people, little people, in the car, so maybe you're not so aggressive. I think that's the thought behind it, at least. And you're like, no, I'm speeding up, man. Grow up, baby.
Life sucks. Get a helmet. No, but like, you should be driving carefully regardless, right? Because like, I don't know, every life should be valuable. Like, you shouldn't be like, well, I was going to swerve and hit you and say Rubbin's racing and, you know, knock you into the side. But now that I know you have a baby, I'll wait till the baby's at least 4 years old.
I mean, unfortunately, not a lot of people are self-aware like that. So it takes maybe a pet or a child, and they're like, oh, you know, like hits them. Maybe I should. You know, of course, in theory, every life is valuable. But for some people, it's like they respond differently to children and animals than they do actual grown-ups. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I still laugh at it every time. So some people make fun of it by saying baby up in this beep, and it shows a baby with like big sunglasses. So I do like the funny bumper stickers, but I'm not a bumper sticker person. Like I don't know. I feel like it's too much commitment. It's almost like a tattoo for your car because a lot of these are really hard to get off. Like I'm sure that there have been like advancements in technology, where maybe it's like that window decal that you can take off easily.
Mm-hmm.
But it used to be bumper stickers were on there for a long time. And then like the rain gets on it and it's like, then it has like that weird residue. I'm not a bumper sticker person.
You're a Blake Shelton person. Is your favorite Blake Shelton song Some Beach?
Some Beach.
There it is.
He has a lot of bangers. Now that we've brought it up, like I'm going to have to make a CD. I'm not going to make a CD.
I'm going to have to make a mixtape of my favorite Blake Shelton songs. Like, okay, good luck.
We've been living in the 90s this show. So yes, I'm going to make a Spotify playlist.
It'll be Blake Shelton, Nickelback, Blake Shelton, Nickelback. Soundgarden, Nickelback, Creed, Blake Shelton, Gwen Stefani, Nickelback. Put that together. That sounds like something that would sell immediately. You can sell those cassettes out of a briefcase or something. Then make yourself some beach money. Next thing you know, you're living the salt life.
On some beach.
Somewhere. Yeah, you could do that. Well, it won't be long before the Pacers are kicking it at the beach if they don't step it up because they lost Game 5 to the Thunder last night in Oklahoma City. 120-109. The Thunder covered the 9-point spread. They were minus 250 on the money line. Total set at 223 and a hook. The Thunder, great on offense, great on defense, and we saw that early on.
Top and fakes. Pass inside to Siakam. And Siakam thought he was fouled. Great defense again by Holmgren. Holmgren down a lane. Layup shot. No good. Gets his own rebound. Back up and in. Second effort from Chet Holmgren.
The big guy putting it home, called courtesy of ABC. But the real star of this game, Oklahoma City's Jalen Williams.
Williams has been hot all night. Falling away. Got it. 40 points for Jalen Williams.
40 points is right on 14 of 25 shooting. Those 40 points, a career playoff high for Williams. SGA, 32 points, 10 assists. This is the 10th time that both of those players, Williams and Gilgeous-Alexander, have combined for at least 70 in a single game. The Thunder built an 18-point lead. Pacers pulled within 2 late, but ultimately it is Oklahoma City that never lets them get any closer, and now they're 1 win away from an NBA title. So the defense was great for the Thunder. They withstood a Pacers rally, and now Indiana goes back to Indianapolis for Game 6 coming up on Thursday. And also Tyrese Halliburton is really banged up, seemed to re-aggravate his leg in this game. He was not the same player, but Oklahoma City does what Oklahoma City does.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's going to be the question, is about Tyrese Halliburton. Will we see more out of him in this next game? Because if we don't, there's probably not going to be a Game 7.
Yeah.
I will say last night, TJ McConnell was great in absence of Tyrese Halliburton. But listen, like, you're not going to win an NBA Finals on the shoulders of TJ McConnell. Like, it just doesn't feel like a likely scenario, especially when you're going against this type of defense and this type of offense. Like, once again, Oklahoma City flashing his muscle as being the most complete team in the NBA. And that's what we've seen all season long. But I think the crux of me saying, hey, the series is over and, the Thunder, or go ahead and hand him the trophy, is that how many times have we counted the Pacers out? How many times have the media pundits been wrong about Indiana? Say, well, they finally met their match. Oh, they're going against the Cavaliers in the postseason. Did you see the Cavaliers in the regular season? No. Like, here stand the Pacers in the NBA Finals and hoping to prove everybody wrong once again, including the books, who have this price set, the Thunder to win the NBA Finals at minus 2,500. But what were the Pacers to win the NBA Finals in the preseason? What, 60-1, 66-1, something like that? So I think that's the difficulty in trying to pronounce this series over, is that we've been proven so many wrong so many times about the Pacers that maybe, just maybe, they still have some fight left in them. But time is ticking. There's potentially only 2 games left, potentially only 1 game left in their season. So they've got to get it together quickly.
And they have to have Tyrese Halliburton perform. They just do. They have to have him score. He was 0 for 6 last night, 4 points, and he was doing his thing, distributing the basketball, grabbing rebounds, but he's not the same player, didn't look like the same player. Rick Carlisle said after the game, yeah, he's not 100%, and that's just the way it is. And Halliburton said, look, I'm going to play. It's the finals. I'm not going to sit here and make excuses. I may not be healthy. I'm playing. I want to help however I can. So maybe he can receive treatment over the next couple of days and come back Thursday. I think that's the real question mark. And we always talk about when you're handicapping NBA games, who's going to play, who's not, especially because this is a morning show. It's very early, and we're trying to handicap a game later on in the evening. We never really know the status of players, especially if they're banged up. That's going to be a real question mark on Thursday, and will certainly affect the line.
Oh, absolutely. But again, they'll probably be getting points in this one. If you do want to bet on the Thunder to win in 7 games, which I'm kind of leaning towards, over at BetMGM, this is one of 2 options they're offering right now. They're not offering many, but you can do that plus 275 if you think that Oklahoma City does the job in 7 games. And I'm personally rooting for that because hasn't this been such a good postseason? This has been a good NBA Finals. Like, I know the score last night kind of got away from the Pacers late, but still, I would love to see 2 more games in this series. But it's going to be tough if Oklahoma City keeps making those defensive adjustments. And that's the other thing. Like, I know Tyrese Halliburton was not good in this game, and he's probably going to get roasted today on all of the shows. And for good reason. Like, I understand that he's not 100%, but like, we've seen this in the postseason before. If you're a superstar, hurt or not, you're expected to do something for your team. But the defense deserves some credit here because Lou Dort has been known as a defensive specialist, and he put the clamps down on Tyrese Halliburton last night. So it's not just Tyrese Halliburton, it's the fact this defense is A+ as well.
That's true. I will also say, if you're criticizing Tyrese Halliburton, like, that's not necessarily fair. People act like all injuries are the same. They're not. Like, you can have a tweaked... No. Tyrese Halliburton was banged up before this injury, right? Like, he has been banged up throughout the playoffs, throughout these finals, and was still playing and performing, but he re-aggravated this injury and made it worse. So the idea that, okay, if you're injured, you should play and perform, well, sure, of course. But Steph Curry had to sit out in the final series that the Warriors were playing because he just couldn't go. Like, ideally, it's like, why aren't you out there? Well, he just couldn't play. He couldn't go. So we don't know the severity of this injury. And I think Tyrese Halliburton has proven throughout the playoffs that he gets it done when he is healthy and even when he's banged up. So we'll see if he gets healthy enough before Game 6 on Thursday. Right now, the Thunder are 4.5-point favorites. But again, however he's feeling, however he's doing is absolutely going to have a massive effect on what goes down in Indianapolis. What went down last night in L.A.? The Dodgers beat the Padres 6-3. Dodgers minus 170 on the money line. We get a push with the total set at 9. You're thinking, all right, okay, why are we talking baseball? Because it was the return of Shohei Ohtani on the mound. Only goes 1 inning. Gives up 2 hits and an earned run, throws 28 pitches before he leaves the game. Struggled early on against these Padres bats before he got the hook, but he absolutely played in the lineup, led off for L.A., and he delivers.
And a 1-0 from Cease. He smacks the ball to left center field, and he's tied it up. Well, Ohtani's given up a run, and now he's knocked in a run.
Courtesy of Sportsnet LA. Shohei 2 for 4 on the night, 2 hits, 2 RBI. Most importantly, back in the rotation for the first time since missing 21 months on the mound because of right elbow surgery. But he's got a little bit of work to do, Chelsea.
Yeah, but the Dodgers are certainly glad to see him back out there because there is no team, it feels like, that needs pitching help more than the Dodgers. Like, I was just laughing at this last night. They have a position player named Kike Hernandez. If you follow baseball, you probably heard of him. He's pitched 5 times already this season, and he is a position player. And we haven't even made it to the All-Star break. The Dodgers have 4 starters on the injured list. So when you welcome back, obviously, the marquee name on your pitching staff, it is a good thing. But not everything was great about his first start. But keep in mind, it is his first start. Like, we knew that there were going to be some tweakments needed, and obviously there's going to be a little rust since he hasn't pitched in a big league game in 21 months. The command wasn't as pinpoint as normally we see it. He did labor a bit out there. It was wild to see the look on Ohtani's face when he's not calm, cool, and collected. Like, he looked a little worried out there. But I will say, what you look for in these starts is the velocity still there? Is he still kind of hitting his marks where his arm should be? And he did touch triple digits in this one. He threw it over 100 miles an hour in several pitches. So, like, that's a sigh of relief. But he did give up a run. But this is a good Padres lineup that certainly has seen his stuff before. And this is their rival. So, like, we knew that they weren't going to back down from the challenge, especially guys like Manny Machado, who's never going to shrivel in the moment. But a good sight to see for the Dodgers. But even as I look at today's game, they haven't even listed a starter yet. Like, the pitching is a problem in LA.
Yeah. Like you said, the Dodgers thrilled to have Shohei back, and of course he'll only get better. Good thing they're taking their time with him. They have plenty of time. Things are going well, so get him healthy and get everyone else healthy in that rotation if you're LA. Coming up next on the show, the Panthers find themselves 1-1 away from hockey immortality. We're going to preview the Stanley Cup final and find out what the Oilers have to do to win with Nick Zareris from the Locked On Oilers podcast. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great Tuesday morning. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, can the Oilers stave off elimination tonight against the Panthers? We'll tell you everything we need to know before tonight's Game 5 when we talk with Nick Zararis, host of the Locked On Oilers podcast. Looking forward to that. All right, Chelsea. So we were saying during the break that there are certain movies that you watched when you were a kid and maybe you saw them too early. Maybe it's too early to check out this movie. What movie was it for you that you saw and you're like, Dad, I don't know if this is for me?
Oh, I remember watching Gangs of New York with my older brother, and it was like Cameron Diaz is like a back alley prostitute, and you're like, what exactly is she doing for a living? And my brother's like, just don't worry about it. But like, that was not one for children. Gangs of New York.
Fair. Very fair. I think I saw Children of the Corn when I was like 8. And I don't know if you know anything about that movie, but it was not. It sounds like a movie you shouldn't be watching if you were a kid. I think I watched Sesame Street for like a full year after that. I was not ready for that. I don't even know how I got into it, but yeah, it was tough. I didn't trust fellow kids for a long time.
Well, here's my complaint now is that they're showing previews for these horror movies in between like NBA Finals games. And so like here I am on the couch with my 5-year-old and it's like 28 days later and there's like some demon. I'm like, I wasn't prepared for this. I feel like they shouldn't be allowed to show previews of like really R-rated movies or like whatever it is for horror movies during sporting events. Like even during baseball games. Like I wasn't prepared for that with my 5-year-old.
Fair enough. You know what? Let's find out who else was scarred when they were younger by watching movies. Before we get into Game 6, I should say, of the Stanley Cup Final tonight in Sunrise, Florida, Oilers and Panthers. We bring in Nick Zararis, host of the Locked On Oilers podcast. Nick, we are going to talk some hockey here, but was there something you saw for the first time, some movie that just stood out to you and you're like, oh my God, what am I watching here?
So the first 20 minutes of Saving Private Ryan as like a 6-year-old was a lot. Just being very candid. Like that was just on TNT in the living room. And I'm like, what are you watching, Dad? He's like, this is a good movie. Sit down. And I learned a lot about the way anatomy works, biology, and definitely a bit jarring as a kid.
Oh my God.
Can you reattach that leg? No, you can't.
Nope. Why are they sewing his leg up with the knob? Let's talk after this. Just pay attention. So we're going to pay attention tonight to what happens in Game 6, Panthers and Oilers. So for me, my question is, what are the Oilers going to do in net? Are they going to go back to Stuart Skinner? Are they going to go elsewhere? Because this is a critical decision, and it's a tough decision to make at this point in the season.
It's insane that the Oilers are in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, and they genuinely haven't given any indication. Some of that is gamesmanship, the coach not wanting to tip off. There's not a huge difference. The performances between these two guys for the playoffs at large and in this series are pretty close. It's not a huge disparity or difference. The only real difference is that statistically the Oilers generally play a little better in front of Pickard, give up a bit fewer shots, a little bit better defensively. But at the same time, you saw the value in that. They only gave up 19 shots on Saturday night, and they still lost pretty badly. So I think all indications are that Skinner was in the starters net at practice on Monday morning, and the assumption is the Oilers are going to go back to Stuart Skinner. But you can't possibly feel good about this on any count. You know that if the game comes down to the goalie, the Oilers probably aren't forcing a Game 7. So it's really incumbent upon everybody else to pick up some of that slack.
Yeah, what's the mentality of the fan base right now? Because I don't know if this creeps into it, because obviously we saw this matchup last year, and it wasn't the Oilers that won the Stanley Cup. So what's the feeling and what's the confidence level for the fan base right now?
So the most common perspective I have seen is I'm not nervous. Why would I be nervous? Where you very much feel the Oilers can win this game, but at the same time, the Oilers have gotten 3 goals from forwards in this series that aren't on their first power play unit. They're not generating nearly as much dangerous offense. Their power play is running under 20%. Their goaltending is in the 870s for save percentage. Everything statistics-wise would tell you the Oilers are lucky to be in a Game 6, being that they've only won two games so far, and they haven't won them in the most convincing fashion, winning overtime coin flips. But at the same time, the Oilers have a little bit more to get out of the guys on the team. The power play has a little bit more to produce. McDavid and Draisaitl are both doing their jobs, but most of the rest of this lineup has more to get out of it. And that's why there's, I would call it cautious optimism. And you know what? Cautious pessimism is what I would call it, where you think they can do this because they only got to win one now. It's not, you got to win 3, 4, win one. And then we talk about Friday when we get there. Win one game, and then anything happens in a Game 7. That's what Kevin Millar said to Dan Shaughnessy on the field before Game 4 of the World Series, ALCS in 2004. Don't let us win tonight, because then we get a Game 7. Anything can happen in a Game 7. That's the mentality you need to have going into tonight's game.
We're talking with Nick Zararis. He is the host of the Locked On Oilers podcast. You can follow him on X as well, at Nick Zararis. What sort of game do we need to see for the Oilers to win? Is it another one of those tight games that ends up going to overtime? Because it feels like if it gets into a shootout, then that would favor the Panthers based on whatever happens in net with the Oilers.
So the interesting thing about that, when you go and look at the shots on goal, the high danger chances, the games the Oilers have won in this series have been the higher event ones where there's more overall offense for both teams. Not necessarily goals, but shots on goal and dangerous offense, which would lead you to believe a higher event game favors the Oilers to some degree. Some of that is when the game's a little more opened up, the Oilers have rush opportunities where they can gain the zone with speed. Those are generally where you're going to be able to create the most dangerous offense because you can get the goalie moving left to right. You can get defensemen moving left to right. Just putting defenders in conflict, making them make active decisions. Whereas these lower event games, like we talked about Saturday, only 19 shots on goal for the Panthers. That was more than enough for Florida to score 5 and win that game ultimately. So while the goal totals lower has been the Oilers' MO in this series, of higher event hockey helps them a lot more because there's more opportunities to create offense, and their depth just hasn't been able to create nearly as much offense as it had earlier. Through the first 3 rounds, the Oilers were running 4 pretty well-balanced lines that were all winning their minutes to varying degrees. I think this is really where you're starting to see the loss of Zach Hyman, that broken wrist, really start to rear its head between the power play running under 20% and the fact they don't really have a second line going at 5-on-5 for some goal scoring. Earlier in the playoffs, especially in that Vegas series where they were running McDavid, Draisaitl, Perry, and then Hyman, Nugent Hopkins, Evander Kane, they were running 2 lines that were scoring like 65% of the goals at even strength. And now if McDavid or Draisaitl doesn't really will themselves into a position to make something happen, the depth just hasn't been there. The special teams play has been pretty middling in this series as well. And I don't want to say it's remarkable the Oilers are here in spite of how poor some of the stats look, but it's kind of crazy. They won 2 coin flip overtime games, and that's why they're still alive.
Yeah, so we've asked your opinion on kind of what you think the fan base thinks and what you think needs to happen. So as opposed to speaking in hypotheticals, what do you think actually happens in this game? So we're a betting show. Who do you think wins? And what do you think of the total here? It's set at 6.5. What do you think actually happens?
So I think the Oilers are going to win tonight purely on the moment. And we see this happen from time to time where you put the best player in the world in the most adverse situation possible. They're going on the road to Florida where they score like 3 goals per game on average over the last 2 years. You're probably going to need to score 4 or 5 if you want to beat Florida in this game. As far as the total, that seems a smidge high. If Florida wins, it's probably in the 4-1 variety, that type of game. If the Oilers win, it's probably a higher scoring game. But I don't have a great feel because so much of this is going to be case-by-case basis. There's an argument McDavid plays 27, 28 minutes tonight in a game that doesn't go to overtime and what that does for score impacts. But I think the Oilers are going to win this game tonight purely on they have the best player in this game. They are going to run him and Draisaitl together for long stretches of this game because the Oilers need to get this game in a way where they can win. And the biggest thing for me is, can they survive the first 10 minutes? If it's 0-0 or 1-0 Oilers after the first 10 minutes, they have their feet under them. The Oilers have only led in the entire series for 34 minutes and 50-something seconds through 5 games. They have been playing from behind and multi-goal deficits, mind you, for a lot of these games. The fact they came back to win from a 3-0 deficit in Game 4, still kind of remarkable in hindsight, especially the goals you got from guys like Darnell Nurse and Vasily Podkolzin, not exactly prolific goal scorers. But all of the circumstantial evidence would tell you the Panthers are going to win this game. The vibes and the mentality the Oilers have had of responding so well to adversity throughout the playoffs, where they follow up a loss with a win and a good one. Those types of factors lead me to believe the Oilers bounce back very well, because they got embarrassed in game number 3 where a whole bunch of guys got ejected, all the fights down the final 10 minutes, and they came out and they pulled a pretty gutsy performance out of nowhere in game 4 to get to game 5. Game 5, not as bad as game 3, but feeling wise, this is the kind of game the Oilers have bounced back well off of pretty much all playoffs.
Nick, you mentioned the best player in the world. Of course, you're talking about Connor McDavid, and he has a lot of hockey ahead of him. But how much does he need a cup for his legacy, which is already incredible?
That's one of those value questions, because to me, he's already one of the most talented hockey players we've ever seen. It really just becomes a matter of how close can he get on the resume to certain things. You're probably not going to get to where Sidney Crosby is, because he won't get to represent Canada that many times unless Connor chooses to play into his late 30s. Hard trophies, Art Ross's, scoring titles, MVPs, those are doable. Winning the trophy is the hardest part. That's why it's the best trophy in all of sports. It's why guys chase it their entire life. It's why Raymond Bourque plays till he's 42 years old to get one chance at it. You think about some of the greats of the last decade who never got to win a Stanley Cup, guys who only went to a final one time, like a Henrik Lundqvist, a Joe Thornton, a Roberto Luongo, guys who only get one kick at the can and they never get back again. The fact that the Oilers have gotten here consecutive years in a row, when you look at the first 5 years of McDavid's career, the Oilers made the playoffs one time and they got out of the first round one time. It took the Oilers 6 seasons to become a consistent playoff team with the best player in the world. And now they have found a way to get to that Stanley Cup contender tier, and they have a lot of off-season decisions to make. McDavid's due for an extension that'll go into effect after next season, but he can sign it this year. Draisaitl's extension he signed last summer kicks in this summer. Evan Bouchard needs a new contract. Ekholm has 1 year left. A lot of this team isn't very solidified, and especially amongst the depth, which if you need to fill out 3, 4, 5 lineup spots, becomes really challenging to fill that in. So I don't know necessarily as far as how much it matters for the overall legacy, but you're here right now. This is actively happening, and you have a chance just to get to the Game 7, and then you worry about that. You put the best player in the world in an environment like this. We saw it in the final of the Four Nations face-off, which was a tremendous hockey game, and it was McDavid who was there at the right place at the right time to score the overtime game winner in what was a tight-checking, no-room environment, which is what I expect tonight's game to be.
Nick, we only have a couple minutes, so we can't go too long here, but I wanted to ask you, you mentioned King Henrik, and I see the little banner behind you amongst the Oilers paraphernalia. Why is that there?
I am a Rangers fan by trade. The Oilers are work. The Oilers are a passion project and work. The Rangers are the inducement of my psychosis. As a Ranger fan, you watching these games, these moments, and thinking the Rangers couldn't even make the playoffs. If the Rangers this year played either of these teams, they would have lost in 4 games by 10 goals. The Oilers and Panthers are playing a different sport from everybody else. Even the teams they've beaten earlier in these playoffs. You think about some of the teams that lost along the way to get here and what they would look like in this environment. And it's horrifying in hindsight to think about the gap between where your favorite team is and where the actually good teams are.
He is the host of the Locked On Oilers podcast and a victim of induced psychosis. It is Nick Saracic. Nick, thank you so much for the insight. Really great stuff, and hopefully we get a great game tonight. All right. Well, I tell you what, I think he's right. He makes a really good point that it's easy to think that the Panthers are going to win any sort of shootout or anything like that. But also when you have, again, both sides have a ton of talent, and the Oilers, if they get a ton of shots on goal, it really just depends on Skinner, or whoever they put in net, if that person, whoever it is, plays well, then the Oilers will have a shot.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, like if this gets to a game 7, like as opposed to maybe some other sports because of maybe puck luck, does it feel like the most like of a coin flip of any sport, like if it gets to a game 7?
Yeah. Especially if you look at how this series has gone. I mean, we've had multiple overtime games. He mentioned those 50-50 games. Oftentimes, that's what it is when you go to the extra session. And also, even though the Panthers have been road warriors this year, 8-2 on the road in the NHL playoffs, this game would be in Edmonton. Would they fare better there? Would the Oilers take advantage of home ice? Who knows? Just hope we get a good one tonight. Coming up next on the show, let's keep the winners rolling on this Tuesday with our best bets of the day. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Do it. Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you with us. Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bet's coming up shortly. Doctor has plenty to say, as per usual. Chelsea, what's on the docket for you today? You know what's on the docket for me? Allergy shots. I can't wait.
Ooh.
It's going to be awesome.
Shot.
Would you like some
Needles.
Benadryl cream? Oh, yeah, I guess.
Not the
great.
fun kind.
No, not the fun kind at all. My God. Yeah, not good. What about you? What's going on there in Nashville?
I'm hoping to get a nap in because I definitely stayed up way too late watching the NBA Finals and watching Ohtani. I did that thing last night where I said I was going to bed, and instead I stood in the doorway and watched like the TV in the living room. I said, I'm going to bed, and then I stood there for 20 minutes. Do you ever do that?
Oh, yeah. I have a hard time winding down. Last night wasn't too bad, but sometimes I'll go to bed like, okay, I did not watch all the game last night, but around 8-something, I was like, okay, I got to go to
Went
bed.
to bed late, yeah.
And then it's like 9:30. I'm like, why am I still up? I should be watching basketball. I could be watching basketball right now. Then I'm upset that the Rockies won again. You know, what am I doing with my life?
Couldn't recover.
I couldn't. I absolutely could not. So, yeah, that's normally how it goes for me. You tend to go to bed later than I do, though. I feel like you definitely stay up late on a regular basis.
Well, because I don't have a choice. So Jake gets home from pitching lessons, usually around 8:30 or 9 Central Time. So, like, I can't just go to bed and be like, Blake, my 5-year-old, just figure it out, sweetie. Here's your iPad. I'm going to bed. So a lot of times it's not really my choice. But last night I was like locked into the game. And plus, like, Jake was home early from pitching lessons yesterday. So we got to sit on the couch and actually watch baseball together. So it was nice. And we do have the MLB extra innings package or whatever it's called these days. I don't know. So we did watch a lot of baseball yesterday, which was nice.
Yeah, that is nice. That sounds like a good evening. Hopefully you have another good one tonight with your bets hitting. Also, if you're planning on betting like we always do, BetMGM is giving you a chance to win a bonus bet. All you have to do is go on X and follow us on BetMGM Network. Follow BetMGM and then tag a friend, and you can get that bonus bet. All right, coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O is back with Sammy P. The band is back together. The guys are going to react to last night's Game 5 win for the Thunder in Oklahoma City, now 1 win away from an NBA championship. They're also going to preview tonight's Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Panthers and the Oilers. Edmonton trying to send this bad boy back home for a Game 7. And Alex B. Smith from the Ice Guys will also talk Stanley Cup at 11 o'clock. Oh, my God, I have a loaded card today. I'm going for broke. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
You're the smart bettor. One well-thought-out bet on the card. Me just throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks, Chelsea. What do you got?
We'll say that until you go 6-0. So my 1-0, if God willing, I get that, will look stupid compared to yours. But let's try our hand at a baseball play today. So my one bet of the day is going to be the Reds on the first 5 money line at -150. It's a little juicy, but the reason that I like the Reds in the first 5 is because they've been really good in that spot all season long. The 4th best offense in the first 5 innings of play, and they've got an all-star starter today, and Andrew Abbott, who should be an all-star. He's 6-1 this year with a 1.87 ERA, coming off a complete game shutout of the Guardians. And listen, I know the Reds are not one of those teams that are flashy or one of those teams that you think of, the best teams in baseball, but they have 4 straight series wins. They're 7-2 over their last 9 games. And they just took 2 of 3 games against the Tigers as underdogs in all 3 of those games, I believe. So they've got a great starter. They're peaking at the right time for me, which is June 17th because of this bet. And also they're playing the Twins, who have David Festa going, who is pretty mid for me. So I'm going to go with the Reds in the first 5 innings at -150. Let's go, Redlegs.
Let's go. I will be on that play as well. But I'm going to start in the Stanley Cup. And we just had a great guest on, And Nick was fantastic with his analysis of what he thinks will happen tonight, but I just don't think it's in the cards for the Oilers. So I'm going to go Panthers money line, found it at -142. The Panthers have actually been arguably better on the road than at home. But, man, it feels like the Oilers are overmatched. Sam Bennett is probably going to win the Conn Smythe. Brad Marchand has been incredible at 37. Who are the Oilers going to start in net? Their net minding has been a big problem throughout the playoffs, and especially now. That is not a problem you want to have at this point in the season in a Game 6 when you're on the road. The Panthers know they win tonight. They don't have to go to Edmonton for a Game 7. Sergei Bobrovsky comes up big, and Florida wins another cup. I'm going Panthers on the money line at -142.
I wanted so badly to say, who else are they going to put in it? I'm going to be like, Kathy Bates. We haven't had our quota for Kathy Bates. Man, I feel like she'd be a great goaltender. Like, she's got the body type for it, right?
Oh, my God, Chelsea.
No?
I will stay away from that one. I like Kathy Bates.
She's a unit.
Guys, don't forget, we're on YouTube. You can watch a daily tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. You did a great job handicapping the Reds in the first 5. I will be on that as well. Found it at -140 after some shopping around. Also taking the Blue Jays on the money line. Full game money line, -120, hosting the Diamondbacks. Oh, fading my guy. Guess who's on the mound for Arizona? Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound. Pfaadt. On the road this season, 3-2, an ERA of almost 7, 6.94 to be exact. Now, maybe you worry about the Blue Jays' bats. They have underperformed this season, but I trust Chris Bassett towing the rubber for Toronto. 4-0 at home this season, ERA of 2.48. Also, the Diamondbacks really struggle late. Why? They have the 4th worst bullpen ERA in all of baseball. I'm going Blue Jays at a cheap price on the money line at Rogers Center, -120. Also, Tigers' first 5 run line, -117, hosting the Pirates. You got Bailey Falter going for the Buccos and Casey Mize going for the Tigers. Casey Mize has been a winner all season, one of those guys we don't talk about a whole lot. At least I don't talk about him that much. Maybe I should be. At home this season, 3-0, a 1.54 ERA over 4 starts. Bailey Falter has been decent, but will Pittsburgh hit? We ask this question each and every single day. The Tigers, the number 3 team in baseball in the first 5 this season. The Pirates are dead last. Tigers, first 5 run line, -117. What else is on the card today? How about Royals, Rangers, under 8.5? It's -118. This is a pure numbers play. When playing at home this season, the Rangers are the best under team in baseball. They hit 75% of the time. They have also hit the under in 7 of their last 8 games against opponents from the American League. As a road team, conversely, the Royals hit the under more than 57% of the time. 2 solid pitchers on the mound. They allow a lot of contact. Jack Leiter and Seth Lugo, but I am trusting the trends here and going under 8.5 in Arlington. My juiciest play of the day, I don't mind the value here. I like it. Guardians at the Giants. I'm going Giants money line -160. Guess who's on the mound for the Guardians? Slade Ciccone. Oh, Slade. Nice gold chain, Slade. Oh, I heard about your trust fund, Slade. He's been solid recently. Fine. 2 runs or less in 3 of his last 4 starts, but he's facing Robbie Ray. We know how good Robbie Ray has been at home this season. 4-0, a 2.00 ERA, 2 even, and the Guardians are absolutely awful against left-handed pitching. The Giants' bullpen is exceptional this year. I'll lay it. Giants on the money line, -160. That is a full card. If I falter, if you hate my bets, just fade me and make money that way. Okay, Donkster, it is your time after my big card, and then we'll get to Sammy P. I'm sure he's around here somewhere. I don't see him yet. I want to see that handsome mug. There's not a mug that is handsome at all. Donkster, what are you doing?
Good morning. I'm so very excited about the news that Joey Chestnut is competing in the hot dog eating contest again at Nathan's.
Oh, yeah? Big 4th of July guy you are?
Well, sort of. Every year I sponsor my own hot dog eating contest. It's held in my basement, and it's called Girls and Glizzies.
No.
Doesn't sound very popular. All right, let's go ahead and get a bet before we get to the handsome gent known as Sam Panayotovich.
Okay, Devil Rays, money line, hosting Cal Ripken and the O's.
The Devil Rays.
Okay. Took it back with that. All right, let's move things forward. And for that, we bring in the host of Bet Sweats. Sound like Howard Cosell. Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning.
Girls and Glizzies? Is that what it's called?
That's so. You get an invite by direct message only.
Yuck. All right, so let's maybe pivot away from that because gross. So the show question of the day is, what movie did you see too soon? Like for me, it was Gangs of New York when I was like 8 or 9. I was like, I don't need to be hearing about 18th century prostitutes right now. And my brother's like, we're watching it. Shut up. The guy we had on said Saving Private Ryan. For you, what was that movie?
We were in second grade, and we used to have sleepovers. There'd be like 12 kids sleeping over at this house. The dad never cared. The mom wasn't there. So the dad would just let us do whatever we wanted. And the older brother made us watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We were 8 years old.
Jesus. Leatherface.
Yeah.
Did you sleep?
No, I think I cried and went home, honestly. I mean, you're 8 years old. You shouldn't be watching that at 8, let alone 12, let alone maybe even 14.
Yeah, you start them young at like 3 or 4 and just desensitize to that very early on, right?
It's crazy how everybody remembers. Like, it's a core memory.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Joe O. You know, he's back today from the Little League trip to Myrtle Beach. He hasn't been here in 7 shows, so maybe I should ask him that off the top.
I would love to know that answer. Yeah, ask him what is the one, because for me it was Children of the Corn, and that was mine, and I was not ready for that. So let's get an answer from Joe. We got to hear that. Sammy P, handsome as always. Have a great show. Looking forward to listening. Tell Joe O hello. Thanks for being with us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. For our entire fantastic, hard-working crew, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Williams, beautiful cut and finish. Jalen Williams with the flush. Halliburton, beautiful pass to Shepard. Shepard stolen by Caruso. Outlet Williams goes up again. Layup is good, and the foul. A playoff gem from Jalen Williams. Tyrese Halliburton, the Pacers, a strong comeback, but the Thunder had the answer. It's 3-2. OKC in front here in the NBA Finals.
Welcome into Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P with you. We are live on YouTube, live in the Odyssey app. Check us out, Stadium, ValleySportsLive.com in the first hour of this show. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. We'll talk to our buddy Alex Smith later on in the show. A lot to go over. You heard the highlights from Game 5 NBA Finals last night. Shohei Ohtani is back on the mound for a little bit, but we know they're going to start to ramp him up. How you doing, Sammy?
Oh, I'm throwing that right back to you. Chest pass right back. You haven't been here. Man, the last time you were here, Jack Cagg still didn't have a home run. Oh, wait, he still doesn't have a
Does he have any? No. I've been out of the loop on everything. Yeah, like I don't know what the hell's happening at anything. Yeah, man, doing well. I was like, wait, I haven't gone how long? This is only Game 5? The recap that I'm returning to with last night. Damn, do they drag this off. Now, drag it on. Now we have to wait until Game 6 until Thursday. But doing well. Got back over late over the weekend, getting back into the flow, seeing everything that I missed over the time off. But, man, do they drag this thing out. I don't know that it's over now. We can talk about that. But, yeah, it was a fun trip. We'll get into that later on this hour. Wife's still in South Carolina. She had to stay in Charleston for a dance competition. So I was ready to come back. Like it was about time. And it looks like it's going to be warming up around here. Like in a few days from now, it's going to be in the 90s. Is it like that out by you?
Not yet. We get everything 36 to 48 hours after you do here in Boston. Okay. I can't wait. If everything's going to be nice, though, that means that the Bet Sweats pool party is full steam ahead at the Ostrowski household.
Yeah, come on over, dude. Once I got home, there's a lot of leaves hanging at the bottom. I got to go diving for. Give me the mask.
There's a body in the pool.
Maybe, possibly. I don't know what Tucker was doing while I was away, but he was up to some things apparently. Nah, he wasn't here. But yeah, full swing as far as the summer goes. NBA Game 5, full swing. Do you think there's one game left, or are we going to 7?
You and I never thought Indiana was going to win the finals. It was a matter of when, not if, Oklahoma City would eventually be too talented, too deep, too many good players. And that's sort of where we're at. Indiana's fought, though, man. I mean, they cut that thing down to 4 last night, fourth quarter, and then the Thunder had 3 steals and 4 trips on Indiana's offense and just put it away. And for all the talk about SGA and his point prop, last night it was sort of a coronation for Jalen Williams, who drops a 40-piece on Indiana. You knew the Thunder had one guy that could do that, but it turns out they have 2, and the Pacers have none that can do that. And I saw your guy Craig Carton on this morning on Breakfast Ball.
Not my guy.
He's sitting at the desk
in jail
with 4 bricks laid out on the table, and on top of the 2, so it's brick, and then brick. It's like a 2x2 brick, whatever. And on top of the bricks are mugs of Halliburton doing the choke thing against the Knicks. and he's having a great old time talking about how, the Pacers, and I'm like, the Pacers beat the Knicks. I don't understand. But Tyrese Halliburton did not make a shot last night from the field. Think about that. So a tough night for the Halliburton superstar crowd, a tough night for the top 10 crowd, a tough night for anybody on this show that gave out Halliburton's over on PRA. Me. Did have the Red Sox money line, but Halliburton was an awful bet. They said he had calf tightness in the second quarter, and he couldn't do this and couldn't do that. Even if he's at full strength, though, man, were they ever good enough to win the championship? I never thought so. And I know you haven't seen a lot of basketball because you've been on vacation.
Yeah.
The Thunder's best is just better than the Pacers' best. And to me, it's that simple.
Halliburton's clearly hurt. Just watching last night, and he's so hurt that he decided, I'm going to stop shooting. No buckets, only 6 shots. Like, that's not him. Everything was going through Siakam. And when you get that, you get 15 field goal attempts out of Siakam, but then you're going to get the turnovers that we saw last night. If everything's got to go through him, we know for them to have a chance, everything's got to go through Halliburton. He sets everything up, not only for Siakam, but some of the other role players on that team, including Nembhard. Like, TJ McConnell coming off the bench was way better than Halliburton. Way better. And I was thinking, why isn't he getting more run? 18 points, 22 minutes last night. But you're right about that defense for OKC. I mean, the amount of blocks and steals that you see from that team, it's just truly remarkable. A lot of people are going to talk about J-Dub and SGA, and that it's certainly fair. You talk about going through somebody. Well, everything went through those two guys last night. The stat making the rounds is between SGA and J-Dub, every point or every assist, they scored or they assisted on 103 of their 120 points last night. That's 86%. Like, everything is going through those guys. And defensively, just look at what they were able to do. I mean, SGA with 4 blocks and a couple of steals. Yeah, Caruso coming off the bench. He gets 4 steals. Wallace coming off the bench. He gets 4 steals. It's everybody, and they come in waves. It's tough to beat them. And now the stats that are going around is, of course, 2-2 series, Game 5 winner. Well, 74% of the time, they take the finals. What about when a team is up 3-2 in the finals? 82% of the time, they end up winning the series. And now you're going to find series prices, title prices, whatever you want to call it, at minus 2,500, implying 96% of the time the Thunder are going to take this.
It doesn't feel like it's impossible to win that 2-game parlay, 6 and 7, but it feels very improbable. I didn't even see the 2,500. I saw minus 2,000. The low end of the market is at Pinnacle, minus 1,288. But here's your range on the Pacers, at least at a plus price. 829, 865, 891, 900, 910. There are some numbers in between, of course, but it looks like the low end of the number is 829 and the high end is 910. I have no interest, none, in betting Indiana to win this championship.
Do you have any interest in betting J-Dub for Finals MVP?
I'm a little more interested there, although it doesn't. No, the answer is no. I don't want to be a prisoner of last night. So no, final answer, no, Regis.
I think that's the correct answer. But I had my weak moment. I was like, man, 40? Okay, he's scoring more every game in the series. If you pull it up, 17, 19, that's not a finals performance. 26, 27, and bam, 40 last night. So if you look at what SGA has not had a 40-point game in the series. But the reason that SGA is minus 600 to be your finals MVP is he's averaging 32 points per game. And you've got J-Dub almost at 26 rebounds. J-Dub 1 more per game. Assists. SGA has 1 more per game. The star of the team. For J-Dub to have a chance, he'd probably have to average more scoring per game. and he would need another 40-point game, maybe 2 more for him to get the MVP. I think the price is correct, but I do understand people being prisoner of the moment and watching last night and seeing how the series has been trending for Williams and wanting to get a bet down on him at around 6-1.
I see SGA minus 600, MGM. Other places are higher. The truth is in the numbers. 5 games so far, he scored 38, 34, 24, 35, and 31. So 4 of the 5 over 30. Hasn't had that 40-point game yet. We know he's capable. We've seen it at many times this season. But his just all-around game. At 32 points, 5 helpers, almost 5 rebounds, 2.5 steals a game, 2 blocks a game. The efficiency, he's the MVP of the team, and he's probably the MVP of the finals. I don't want to celebrate yet. I don't want to say this is over because it's not. Indiana could certainly win game number 6, but I don't think they win 6 and 7.
Game number 6, Thursday at Indiana. OKC is a road favorite. BetMGM has 4.5 point spread, a little juice there. Circa's also sitting at 4.5, and about, I'd say the majority of the market has already gone to 5. So we know the direction of this one. People are going to be expecting OKC to close this one out, and especially with the version of Halliburton that we saw. Good for the Pacers that they get an extra day to rest here since they don't. No, they just have one. My days are all messed up. I'm thinking it's Monday. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to bet on that team when you get that version of Halliburton. And with 1 day of rest, is he going to be the old Halliburton that we've seen throughout the playoffs? I don't know. I'm expecting some sort of a bounce back, but I don't see how he's going to get healthier if you're buying into the idea of an injury. Carlisle talked about it after the game. If a coach is going on the record at a post-game presser in the NBA Finals and be like, yeah, guys, he's not 100%, that's clear. Like, it's probably pretty bad. And it's a clear injury because usually they're hiding everything.
Numbers also tell a story. The number on points for his prop in Game 6 is down to 14.5. Remember where this started. Game number 1, it was 19.5. So he hasn't been scoring a lot to begin with. You combine that with the injury concerns, and now we are 5 points lower than we were heading into Game 1. 19.5 in Game 1, 14.5 heading into game number 6. The books know, the coaches know, the players know, everybody knows. The question is, does anybody have the stones to go over? And I'm thinking about it. I got some time.
Might have to. Everything on the line. Like, sometimes you worry about a blowout in these scenarios, but if the end of your season is sitting right here, I would expect him to play every waking moment of that game until it's final nail in the coffin. Right?
PRA is down to 26.5. That's the floor. He was 30.5, 31.5. So the adjustment has been made. The books know that he's hurt, and they know that you're going to study the box scores and go under. So they are daring you to go under 26.5, 27.5 PRA, and daring you to go under 14.5 points.
Yep. OKC ends up covering last night. It wasn't by much. Man, the market's been tight on these sides. A 2-point cover, basically, since it was -9. They win by 11. And the total was pretty close. The majority of these games have been going under. This goes over by 6, but you would expect this, Sam, late in the season, have the ultimate sample size, almost the last game of the year, and they're pretty close on both side and total.
Yes, they are. And it's been mostly an under series, but because of the crawl down of the total last night that got to about 224.5, 225, the game goes over. 63 points in that fourth quarter. It was trending under for a long time, and then the second half sort of took off. One thing that did not change is the room still stinks. The room yesterday, went under on Siakam points. He had 28. And the one that Paul and I talked, if you laddered this one, they came out, Joe, and went Lou Dort under 3.5 rebounds. He had 8. And Paul was talking about 5+, 6+. Dort gets the 8. That was the one we focused on yesterday. You got to fade the random rebound prop that the room comes firing out of the cannon with.
And of course, Siakam under on points. He's a leading scorer for the Pacer side. Everything went through him, which is hilarious to me. J-Dub, that one was close, under on the rebounds. It ends up going over, but yeah, the room stinks. It is bad. Bad. SGA under, huh? But they had to lay some juice on that one. Under 34.5. That was their only winner of the 5. Of course, the first field goal prop. Star player. Let's bet it. Loses again. 4 out of the top 5 are losers there. We'll get back to the NBA. Coming up next, talk about mini camps. 4 teams still in minicamp. That's it. Interesting storylines coming out, though. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Back here, Bet Sweats, BetMGM, Network Joe O, Sammy P. Follow the show on X, Bet_Sweat, Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Thanks for hanging out. Sam, Paul says I'm not enthusiastic enough to be back. The tweet had a period, did not have an exclamation point. I think I need more exclamation points, is what I guess.
No.
No, it's expected. It's just like there's like a preposition or two missing. It's just like back from Myrtle Beach baseball trip.
That's it.
It looks like an automated tweet.
Right?
Kind of was. That's kind of what I'm rolling on today.
So I told the story late last week. My dad had back surgery last week. Everything's fine, but he hasn't been glued into the show. So yesterday was his first good day after surgery and all the can't sleep and medication and everything. So he says to me yesterday, "Where's Joe at?" I'm like, "Well, Dad, Joe's going to be back tomorrow." And I said, I can't wait to get back in the saddle, yada, yada, yada. And his response was he on vacation? No, he was not. It was not vacation. It was a full-time job.
Is it vacation when you got to wake up at 6 a.m., 5:30 on the East Coast?
No.
Yeah. Overall, it was good, though. I mean, it was half and half. But, yeah, I would say more work. It was definitely more work for sure. I still can't believe the NBA Finals is going on. NHL too. We'll talk about that later on with Alex Smith. My God, damn, I'd love to drag this out. Not that I'm in a rush to get into the dog days of the summer here in the sports world. And speaking of that, that's kind of where you're at with the NFL. Minicamp wrapped up for most teams. 28 out of the 32. The 4 still in minicamp this week. You got Baltimore, LA Rams, the Giants, and the Kansas City Chiefs, Sam. And I was looking at a piece that Jeremy Fowler posted this morning at ESPN.com, and he's kind of talking about that. Okay, here we go. And this is always the time when teams get very nervous, because this is when the players can start to get into trouble before they have to show up for training camp in late July. So, okay, everybody be on their best behavior by the time we see you next. But Fowler reached out to a bunch of execs and scouts around the league and talked about the big offseason moves. Which ones are impactful? Which ones are meaningful? And I think it's kind of interesting, the quotes that you get there. And, of course, the number one story that he posts about is, let's get a quote on Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. And I wonder what the reaction is as we get closer and closer. There will be positive reports about how he is with his teammates and how he looks in camp. But the reality is, in a scout pointed this out, say what you want. Dude can still sling it. And he's by far the best quarterback they've had since Roethlisberger. I know that's not saying much with the cycle of quarterbacks that they've had there. But it is a little bit of a reality check that quarterback play has been on the back burner, really not interested, all about the coaching and the run game and all that. But even Rodgers at this stage in his career, he's still a lot better than what they've had for the last decade or so.
Absolutely. And it's amazing to look at that record Tomlin has. Never under 500. And when Roethlisberger finally broke down for good, there were some very interesting names that they had to funnel in and out of there and make it work. The question you have is, what's up with Rodgers, mobility? Can he do what he used to do? I think the obvious answer is no, post Achilles injury, because what made him elite in his day, not only the pinpoint accuracy and the ability to throw hundreds of passes with minimal interceptions, but he could get about the cabin. When the seatbelt light was off, he could make plays, not only throwing on the run, but on 3rd and 3, he could sneak for 4 or 5 yards. And I don't know that that's part of his game anymore. I mean, we just haven't really seen it. Now, it'll be interesting to see how they scheme up this offense. Ideally, it's, quick snap, quick throws all over the field. I don't think you want him back there 5-7 step drops, bringing on pressure and taking big hits. I imagine it's going to be a lot of West Coast quick throws. And, their offense isn't terrible. I wonder what they're going to do at the receiver position, because you've got Metcalf, obviously, and you've got Robert Woods, who came across from Houston, but they went out and got a guy like Scotty Miller, who, remember, Brady was just throwing him, dinks and dunks in Tampa, right? Now, Scotty could get behind the defense every once in a while, but that's a guy that just chipped away. A lot of like that Julian Edelman, Wes Welker type role. They also have Calvin Austin, who they really, really like, the receiver out of Memphis, that they drafted like 2 years ago, I think, or last year. No, actually, wow, they've had him for a while, 2022. But they have a lot of short pieces for the short passing game. Metcalf is the big question mark. Like, what do you get from him effort-wise? Does he show up? Does he know the playbook? Things like that. I think there are so many question marks on offense. But if a lot of the questions are answered, they're going to be better than they've been, right? And they go out in the draft. They get Caleb Johnson, the running back. The offensive line is fine. And the defense is going to carry the mail. So as long as he doesn't make mistakes, they can be fine. I just don't know what you're going to get from Aaron Rodgers at his present state. I mean, the guy's 41 years old, Joe. And things fell apart quickly last year. Now, Tomlin things more together than Robert Saleh did, but I don't even know where to start with Pittsburgh. I don't know. I have no clue.
I think it'll be better, but just based on the quarterback play. But what kind of a plan do they come up? Like you mentioned, if he doesn't turn the ball over. Well, we've seen it when Rodgers can have these efficient years where he barely has any turnovers. When he was at his best, that's what you saw. But, we're comparing recent years. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Mitchell Trubisky. Like, these are the guys that they've been dealing with over the last number of years. So it should be an upgrade, but they did lose a wide receiver that was trouble in the locker room. He goes to Dallas. His name is George Pickens. And AFC personnel men said this to Fowler on Pickens. He'll be a big piece there. When he's covered, he's really open. I know the concerns are there, but I think having an already established passing game with veterans to help him along, and the fact he's in a contract year will help keep him in line. This is the team that intrigues me the most in the NFC East. This is the team that can take down the Cowboys the Eagles, as they lose their depth. You see it more with the Cowboys. With Lamb and Pickens, as long as Dak can stay healthy, this is potentially a very scary offense.
Well, their team needs to have Micah Parsons on the field. So I went and found this stat. This is a Pro Football Focus stat. These are defensive pressure ranks from 2021 on. So in 2021, the Cowboys were 4th in pressures. In 22, they were 1st in pressures. In 23, 1st again in pressures. And last year, Parsons missed a handful of time. They were 9th in pressures. But if you do the averages and extrapolate everything out, the Dallas Cowboys, going back to 2021, have the most pressures in the NFL, and it's really not that close. Miami is 2nd, then Philly, then Kansas City. But the last 4 years, 4th, 1st, 1st, and 9th. How about 2020? Well, they were 20th. So when Micah Parsons enters the fold and begins to dominate, they get to the quarterback. That's what they do. 4th, 1st, and 9th. That's your Dallas Cowboys defense when Micah Parsons is doing his thing. Without him, the team is a different story. So let's understand that he needs to be on the field, and all indications point to him being very available and very ready to go. So 2 quick points on the Cowboys. Yesterday, you got NBA Finals Game 5. You got the Stanley Cup Final roaring on. And on ESPN, the Greeny Show, they're talking about Dak Prescott's legacy. What's his legacy? That was yesterday. That was Monday morning on ESPN. What's Dak's legacy? Only to be outdone by the email that we got yesterday at Fox with all of our writing assignments this week. And it says, at Sam, Cowboys-related stuff always does big traffic. And Dak's comments about wanting to win the Super Bowl, maybe not a bad time to hit on Dallas. It's football season. It's football season.
We're here. We're here
because
they don't even want the NBA and NHL.
Cowboy infatuation is already hitting in the middle of June.
Damn it. And I wanted to like them this year, but people are jumpy. They're like, okay, how do we get clicks in the middle of the summer? Well, I know what we can do. We can just talk about the Cowboys. Hey, guess what? We can talk about the Lakers next week. Let's just rotate that the rest of the way. The win total is 7.5. It is used to the over, of course. I'd be interested. And if you want to do an alt over of 8.5, yeah, this team should go 9-8 or better.
Remember, it was never them unable to win regular season games. The issue in Dallas has been they haven't won a Super Bowl since I was in second grade. That's the problem. It's postseason success. It's all these wild card losses, these divisional round losses. I mean, it's pathetic. They can't win in the playoffs. But if you take last year out, I hate being that guy, but they were just crippled by injuries last year and went 7-10. The previous 3 years, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5.
Right.
So, I mean, the wins in the regular season have been there. They are regular season good/very good, and they're postseason pathetic. But it's easy to stack wins in the regular season if you can stay healthy. They just got to stay healthy. And you go back to that 2020 season, Dak got hurt again. They went 6-10. Dak got hurt last year. Parsons is hurt. DeMarcus Lawrence is out. You win 7. When the quarterback's been on the field, they've been pretty good, man. They've been pretty good.
Just don't know if Brian Schottenheimer can be a head coach. Like that, and there's Matt Eberflus as defensive coordinator. That has concerns. Like dealing with everything and what Dallas is, how hyper-focused everybody is, all the pressure that comes with that job. You know, McCarthy, as you mentioned, fine in the regular season. Problem is the playoffs, but 7.5 seems a little light to me. We were talking about the Steelers. That number is 8.5. And let's hit on the Commanders because they're going to be popular as well. Few popular teams here. They're at 9.5. They had Laramie Tunsil, and they didn't give up a first-round draft pick. So in this Fowler story, an AFC scout says, Tunsil is still a top 3 tackle. Someone else said he's as good as anyone. And now you're adding that. You're helping your franchise quarterback. Fascinated to see what happens in year number 2 with their QB. But they're not just resting on their laurels like, oh, now he's really going to take off and he's going to be an MVP candidate. Like, no. Let's go get the left tackle. Let's protect his blind side and help him even more. So a lot of eyes are going to be on Washington in that division as well.
Do you know how many touches, actually not even touches, do you know how many carries Saquon Barkley had last year? Regular season and playoffs. Yeah, how many times do you think he ran the ball last year in Philly?
Was it close to 200?
436.
Good God. What?
Yep. I saw.
You said carries, not touches.
Just carries. Yeah, Paul and I put this together yesterday. We put together this stat. So between the regular season, the regular season and the playoffs, he ran the ball 436 times.
Oh.
I want to get into this. We don't have enough time today. We can maybe do it tomorrow or Thursday. But there's a list of guys that had 400 carries in year 1 or year X, and then in year 2 or year Y, fell apart. Mm-hmm. So that's certainly something to think about. That is a whole lot of rushes for Saquon Barkley. 436 carries last year.
How quick was the name Sean Alexander brought up?
It's on line 3. Sean Alexander, Eddie George, DeMarco Murray, Larry Johnson, Corey Dillon, Edgerrin James, Amon Green. These guys had big years. And then the next year, like Michael Sweetney playing for the Bulls. Where's the oxygen tank? Where you run out of gas, man, and that's certainly possible.
Oh, and you're not even talking about overall touches, which he had plenty in that passing game for the Eagles. Yep. I would be in fade mode when it comes to that. All right, Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk a little bit about the trip. Ohtani returns to the mound last night. That's a fascinating storyline. It's been so long. We'll get to it all right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
right, you guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before. So let's see some hustle. Let's jack it up a little. I got a feeling things are about to turn around for us.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Pretty close to it over in Myrtle Beach. We'll get to that coming up in a couple minutes. Now you guys have me all in on fading Saquon. Just looking at these numbers, going into his 8th season, and in his 7th season, he had by far the most carries, most touches overall of his entire career. Just in the regular season alone, he had 50 more with the Eagles last season. And then now what is the expectation? But really, like the playoff stuff, 91 carries in the playoffs in those 4 playoff games. I'm shocked just watching the games. It felt like he got a lot more overall touches. I thought he was involved more in the passing game than what he actually was. Maybe you just think back to his time with the Giants a little bit where he was more involved there, but man, you guys got me thinking about fading Saquon. So you're going from being all in on Saquon, gets the OPOY, big ticket, to now let's pivot 180 degrees.
I'm ready to leave him at the fire station. That's where I'm at. How can you possibly bet him and be excited about 5-1 at BetMGM for OPOY? There's 5.25, 550, 650. There was not a bigger Barkley show on planet Earth than Bet Sweats last year. Not possible to be bigger Barkley fans, but it's all price sensitive. He was 25-1, 30-1 last year. Now they win the Super Bowl. He wins the OPOY, and the following season, he's 5-1. And I assure you that will not get any of my money.
Rushing yard leader, he's your favorite, plus 260.
Nope.
Next in line, Derrick Henry at plus 500 before you get to anybody else. So, yeah, you could go under on season props, but another way to fade him would be, okay, he's the favorite for this, he's the favorite for that. I think it's going to be someone else. Let's go further down the board. So, yeah, there's a lot of different things that you could do as far as that goes. Oh, my God. Dang, Paul's right. 750 plus rushing yards, Saquon minus 9,000.
Can you bet the no?
No.
Of course not. Yeah. Why would they let you bet the no on something like that? We're just going to hang minus 9,000 and not give you the no. I hate the one-way markets. It's a joke.
I know. Yeah. But you can also bet him to break the single-season rushing yardage record.
Nope.
Which is 2106. 18.
Nope.
16-1 to set the all-time record.
When they start pumping Saquon props in your face heading into August, you could bet this and you could bet that. You know, it's like last night with Ohtani. They shoved the Ohtani 1 strikeout as a pitcher and 1 strikeout as a hit. Or I'm sorry, 1 hit as a batter. I totally misspoke there. So 1 K as a pitcher, 1 hit as a batter. Then they did 2 and 2 and 3 and 3, and they never offered a no price. And they also didn't offer no strikeouts. And, of course, he had no strikeouts. So be careful when things start getting a la carted your way out of nowhere and there's no price and you can't really short it. That's always an issue. One more quick thing I wanted to bring up on the NFL, and then we got to get to Coach Joe. Rashee Rice is saying that the Chiefs are going to put on a show this season. So the Ravens, Chiefs, Giants, and Rams are all at mandatory minicamp this week. And Rice is feeling pretty good about their team. And when you look at their depth chart, I can make a case this is a talented offense they've had, and it's Tyreek Hill left. Now, Kelsey's older, sure. But their line should be solid again. They drafted Josh Simmons to play left tackle from Ohio State in the first round. That'll shore up ideally all of those issues last year. And you have a combination of Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown, Sky Moore, Juju, at receiver, with Pacheco and Kareem Hunt in the backfield, and another year of seasoning on the best quarterback in the league, with Andy Reid calling the shots. Why are the Chiefs 8-1 to win the Super Bowl? Why are they 4-1 to win the AFC? The offense is going to be legit. And they've been drafting defensive guys for the last 3-4 years. I mean, look at their secondary. These guys were drafted in 22, 22, 22, 24. So they have shored up everything in the secondary, which used to be their weak link. It's now their strength. They're going to get to the quarterback because they have Spags, and their offense is maybe as talented as it's been since Tyreek left. And people are saying, well, I don't know. What do you not know about in Kansas City? I don't get it.
Yep. We know the Super Bowl was a beatdown, but what if they win that game? Or it comes down to a final play? What is their number? And that one game against the Eagles, how different is the number? Is it almost half of that?
Well, I don't know that it's half, but it's certainly not 8-1. And now you look at
like
the
5,
range
6?
It's been 550, 6-1 the last 5 years, and I've bet it every offseason, and it's put me in a good spot. The Eagles are 650 at most places. You would just invert the prices. You'd have Philly at 8-1 and KC at 650. I think there's a lot of love for Buffalo. People bet Baltimore, but that's making the number on KC just a little bit bigger. I mean, have Buffalo and Baltimore won any big games against Mahomes in the playoffs? No. Yet they have cheaper prices to win the Super Bowl.
One more thing on Saquon, since we were talking about him so much, just to give people an idea of what the numbers are on him. His rushing yards for this upcoming season, it's 1450 in the hook. So if we're going to complain about not betting this, betting the no on this, betting the no on that, and not being available, well, you can do this. 1450 is the number. Rushing touchdowns, 10.5. And it's another way that you could attack this market. There are a number of different ways. And maybe looking at different running backs to be your rushing leader or touchdown leader. Stuff like that would be ways to attack that market. But 1450, nope. Or
He's
under
gone
is
over,
the only move.
He's gone over 1450 one time last year.
Wow. Oh, does this go up?
I don't see it going down.
Maybe wait a little bit. Oh, this is funny. We're going to be anti-Saquon after being all in on Saquon last year. This is classic us, though. This is what we do.
It is.
And
it really is.
It's work. Oh, man. Myrtle Beach trip was good. Warm. Thankfully, we went early in the summer because I know a lot of teams that end up doing like July. The team in our organization last year for the 12U trip, they did July. Insane. Because, I mean, mid-80s is like cool over there. It's great weather, especially for the beach and all that. But when you're on those turf fields, like I was thinking in my head, it's going to be warmer, maybe 10 degrees warmer. I've dealt with it before, but not in this heat. Try 20 to 25 degrees warmer. I'm telling you, it was way over 100 degrees on those turf fields. But overall, it was a lot of fun. It was really cool. We did better than I expected, which also made for a much better time. When I saw the schedule in pool play, which means the first games before you get to setting up the standings and the brackets and all that. When I see a couple Georgia, couple Florida, like, oh no, this is going to be like an 0-6 week and we're just going to head home with our tail between our legs. Not really the case. We beat the two Georgia teams that we faced to start off the tournament, which was shocking to me. In our group, there were 5 Illinois teams that were participating in that tournament. And like when you separate, you go to a gold bracket and a silver bracket. We got to the gold bracket, so we got to face more tough teams. Man, those Florida teams are just different as far as the baseball goes. It's truly impressive. And I mean, they play year round, so you would understand that. Most of them wrapping up their season now because it gets too hot in Florida. But
defensively on those turfs, that's all they play on, because you're not playing on grass down there or gravel or some kind of dirt. They suck everything up. Like, these 12-year-olds look not quite pros, but it's like, damn, they don't make any errors. Everybody's in the right spot. But yeah, everything was fun. Baseball was fun. We went to a Pelicans game. Kids got on the field. Jack threw out the first pitch at the Pelicans game, which was really cool. But, we had a bunch of events every single day. Overall, it was fun, and I was also ready to come home.
I'm glad you made it to the gold section of the tournament.
Yes.
Did these Florida kids that were insanely good, were they all wearing Oakleys on the back of their hats?
There was a Utah team. Everyone dyed their hair blonde on the entire team. It's like Eminem everywhere. It was ridiculous.
You used to know.
And yeah.
No, I'm saying you used to know when I was playing Little League, you'd get to face the really good teams that were mostly made up of rich kids, and they'd all wear $200 pairs of Oakleys, not on their face, on the back of their hats. And you'd go, yep, they're going to whoop our ass, because that's just how it goes.
The sunglasses that most wear, which cover up their entire face, which I can't stand, that over the last couple of years, big in baseball, is called Pit Vipers. Oh, I got to get my Pit Vipers. I don't know if they're still as popular, but a couple years ago, everybody made sure to get it. Yeah, you got the sliding mitts annoy me. The big Pit Viper sunglasses, which, like, you can't even see them. I don't even know if they can see me through those. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that going around, but I was expecting kids to be throwing it so much harder than I've seen all year. I wouldn't say that's the case. They're just smart ball players. And they all got breaking balls, and they can spot it like the corners, even at 12. It's like, it was pretty impressive. Good time had, though. Golf carts everywhere. I may have known somebody that fell off a golf cart when they were inebriated. So, like, a lot of fun was had overall. We'll get to Shohei Ohtani's pitching debut on the season next, right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
on against Ohtani, and Tatis will be eager to make him feel him over there on the bases. He's been a very aggressive base runner lately, too. Ball on a rise. It gets away, and Tatis is up to second, thinking about 3. He'll hang on.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
1 inning pitched, 1 run, 2 hits, 28 pitches for Shohei Ohtani in his season debut on the bump. Minus 650 over at BetMGM to be the NL MVP. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you right here. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We'll get to Ohtani. We'll get to, I want to talk a little bit about Lucas Giolito as he's quickly turned things around over his last couple starts this season. And we'll take a look at tonight's card. But, you know, I can't just taking you behind the scenes. We're about to come back from break, and Sam's like, did you see the flight thing when you were gone on social media? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. So on my flight to South Carolina and the one back, I was lucky enough to be next to an open middle seat. On the way there were a handful of open seats, but on the way back, there was one open seat on the entire flight. Nobody wants to sit next to me. And I'm very happy about it. Do you have something that you do as you get these, you know, people, some smell, some are gross, some like that dude's sick, I don't want him by me. Do you have a move that you make? Because on the way there, I was sitting by my wife. She's on the aisle, I'm on the window, and we've got that open seat. She like kept yelling at me. I'm like, Don't look at him. Don't look up. Whatever you do, don't look up. You know, just hoping that they would keep walking past. I've seen people fart, you know, start coughing when people walk by. Do you have a move that you make so nobody sits next to you?
I don't, but I know friends that make moves. I'm pretty good on flights. I take the window and I sleep. Contrary to popular belief, I know a lot of the reactions on this flight graph were, oh, let's sit next to Sammy P and booze the whole flight. I don't generally drink on flights. I don't like landing in a new city being bombed. On this flight, on the MGM flight, I'd make an exception, but I'm usually hood up on the window. And I don't care if somebody sits next to me or not. But I have friends who will put the mask on and start hacking, right? So you look like you're sick. Other friends I know will get on the plane with a huge burrito from the airport.
I can't stand those people. Oh, do I hate them.
Right, but do you really want to sit there? I'm assuming this is a Southwest flight, yes, with no assigned seats?
Yes.
Okay. I love Southwest. I don't like some of the changes they're making, but as a Chicago kid, I flew Southwest all the time. Easy flight to Vegas, easy flight to Boston. Not really that easy to get to Florida anymore on Southwest, but if I was walking and I saw 4 open seats in my peripherals or my vicinity, and the first one was a guy on the window, elbows out, burrito going in, no, I'm not sitting there. I'm just not, because odds are very good this guy's a slob and gonna smell bad, and I'm not dealing with that. Yeah. So that's a very easy no. To answer your question, I don't have a trick because I'm literally hood up, knocked out. I'm on the window. Yeah. This is me on a flight, majority of the time. But I know what I see, and I know what I don't want to sit next to, and it's person with a mask on coughing and eating some disgusting food that should not be consumed on a plane.
Yep. Upon landing, as some of the boys were standing up, antsy to get off the flight, one of my players was getting yelled at by an old woman because he kept farting. She's like, it smells bad. And then I kept thinking of that video. Whoever's farting, please stop. It smells bad.
The Indian guy? Yeah. Very funny.
Yes. On this flight, though, and I'm sure you guys talked about it, but I'm in the second row, and it looks like I'm on the aisle. Chelsea's on the window, and 2B is between us. So that's who I got. You were on a side with two seats, and it was just you, and then person sitting next to you would take the window. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some spots I would not be interested in. I'd want to go to the back. I was like, is he going to say 1B or 4B? Which one?
If you're watching now on YouTube and Twitch, we talked about it last week. There it is. 4B is the notorious seat between Horby and PJ Glasser. I said
they're going to want to talk sports the whole time.
And at some point during that 12-hour flight, the stewardess is going to come out with a nice piece of fresh salmon. And that's it. And that's it for me. Then it's over. Then the flight is over.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't. No. Yeah, there's a lot of spots here I don't want to sit. Oh, I didn't even know that was Cody Decker in the back. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not going there. I mean, the easier thing is where do you not want to sit? There's a lot of spots.
Cody's been on one on social media the last couple of weeks too. So
yeah, I know. Even I saw that. It's like, oh, we're still all right. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I don't know if a lot of people want to jump. Pam Maldonado did say 2B. She said it's a lock, and the Instagram comments. So appreciate that, Pam. But
good.
It's a good idea. But
it went pretty.
I'm not one to talk.
I don't want to say viral, but it went pretty out there. The original tweet had about 50,000 impressions. And on Instagram, they made like a nice montage. I thought Kate did a great job. I texted her. I said, Kate, this is great. So yeah, that was a nice way to put a ribbon on Joe's quote vacation, end quote, bringing it all full circle with the flight. I did see the 1B, and I thought, ooh, that's tough. And Costos even tweeted, I love myself, and I would never pick 1B. He did tweet that.
No, it's just I don't want to talk to people. I mean, and I don't even think Nick would want it. I think Nick would just chill and, he'd be listening to something or reading something. So yeah, it's always dicey, but I looked out both ways. Ohtani, he played both ways. He was pitching and he was hitting last night. Pitching wise, it was only one inning. You mentioned a lot of props. It is funny though, like when you see some of the headlines, Ohtani starts, like some of them, they don't even mention that he only lasted one inning, 28 pitches. They mention he hit 100 miles per hour. With Ohtani, you got to go everything positive. He did hit 100 miles per hour. A second time, he hit 99.9 on the gun. So the velo's there. But man, it's like you kind of forget how long it's been. That it's been since he was with the Angels in 2023, since this dude's pitched, returning to the mound for the first time in 21 months, and we are sitting here mid-June, so it's scary what the Dodgers are going to be once he's full go in that rotation.
He had a stretch yesterday. I did watch the first inning, and I had told you during one of our breaks, I didn't realize Pages had an arm like that in center field, because that was the play at the plate where he tried to throw out Tatis on a shallow fly ball off Machado's bat. Pages threw a laser to the plate, and Tatis was able to beat it, but barely. That was the only run allowed, and now Ohtani's ERA is 9.00, because he gave up one run in one inning. But I don't want to say I forgot about the repertoire, but there was a stretch where he went 99-mile-an-hour sinker into a sweeper that completely dove out of the zone and down into the left. Then he goes splitter at 91, and the ball falls off a table, and then he goes 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Imagine being in the box for that. I wouldn't even know what to do. Not that I'm a Major League Baseball player, but 99 sinker with the Greg Maddux two-seam spin in, the sweeper, the splitter, and then here's 100. When he actually finds his rhythm and his command, look out, man. And we were talking yesterday, Kate was asking, well, what happens if Ohtani doesn't throw another pitch? Like if he gets hurt, he has a setback. he's still going to be minus 400 or 500 to win the MVP because of what he's doing at the plate. I have no concerns. I have no issues. They've clearly taken their time here to build him up to this moment, and they wouldn't throw him out here if he wasn't ready. You think they're going to rush Shohei Ohtani out there and have him have another setback? I don't think so. So he's two players now. He's two players. He's not one. He's two when he's at full strength and when he can do both.
When I went to look up the odds for the NL MVP, I thought he would have a bigger price. Minus 650 at BetMGM. The lowest I saw was minus 500. He's already, as far as WAR, he's already the most valuable player. That's before we're counting the pitching, before he's a regular starter. Okay? And if you look at weighted runs created plus, 182. And then after that, like you get to the guys in the 130s, 140s. It's not close. Now, if you look at B-WAR, baseball reference WAR, Ohtani's not first, but he's going to be shortly if he continues to pitch. Sam, this is pretty soon. This is going to go to a minus 1,000, minus 1,500, and we're going to wake up at the All-Star break and say that the NL MVP is probably done because Shohei Ohtani's minus 2,000, minus 2,500. That's what I see happening. How about you?
Look at Aaron Judge's number. He's already minus 10,000. So why would this not continue to go up and to the right? They clearly don't want to write any more bets on it, and they feel good about Pete Crow Armstrong not winning the MVP. You know, you don't have the most productive year from Tatis Jr., Juan Soto. So they're willing to give away all those players right now, and it's only the middle of June. They'll give you double figures on every other player because they know that Ohtani's going to win if he stays on the field. There's just too much production to be had. And now you start pitching every fifth day. The only way he doesn't win it is if I don't even want to say it, but you know what I'm saying. Like if he has this catastrophic injury tomorrow and
He's
doesn't
not playing.
play the rest of the season. That's the only way. It's the only way he doesn't win. And the voters now are going to fall for him pitching. We are handicapping voters here. What do you think the voters are going to vote?
Here's your question. Would you rather vote for Ohtani? Awesome offense. I think he's going to be a very good pitcher once again, but we need to see it a little bit. But it's not going to ding him if he isn't as good as he was before. So you got great offense and 1 of 5 starters in the rotation versus Pete Crow Armstrong, who's great on defense. He's been outperforming his expectations offensively, but his biggest positive is his great defense. Like if you look at the Fangraphs WAR, the reason that PCA is so high that he's right behind Ohtani is because defensively it's plus 9.6. Let me think real long about that one. You got a Dodger, you have a once-in-a-lifetime player, or you've got this Cub that's outperforming expectations, looks to have a bright future. They're trying to sign him long-term. I don't know that he's going to do that, but he's known for his defense, and he's a fan favorite. It's not close. It's going to be Ohtani. It's going to be Ohtani and Judge as your MVPs, and that's not a big surprise. 2 markets that I would not be wasting money in.
Nope. They want you to come in and bet these dogs. They want you to come in and bet Lindor at 30-1 and Kyle Tucker at 30-1. These are the 2 most dominant players in our sport, and they show no signs of slowing down. So, no, I'm not going down the barrel on either AL or NL MVP. It's a waste of money at this point.
Lucas Giolito has been a fade for me throughout portions of this season. But ever since his awful performance against the Angels, I faded him that day. And I think they actually won that game. He didn't even get out of the second inning. But he's been awesome. 2 straight starts, 6 innings, no runs, 3 hits allowed. Boston wins over Seattle 2-0. They've now won 6 in a row. 1-0 after the Devers trade. But are you thinking that Giolito's now a bet-on guy? Do we need to flip?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'd like to see a little bit more. He's not a dead fade, to your point.
Correct.
I don't think there's any reason not to bet the Red Sox again today. We'll talk about it. We're going to do the baseball card. We did Red Sox yesterday. You see the price today with Woo? Woo's $1.80, $1.85. Walker Buehler's on the hill. I might just take what I made on the Red Sox yesterday and roll it over and just see what happens at plus 155.
Sure. I asked a question about Giolito because in 5 of his last 7 starts, we're talking about 0 or 1 earned run. And he's looked good overall. You know, it's like when he was with the White Sox, he would have these blow-ups once in a while. But outside of that, you know, he would be pretty strong. Joe Sammy P, go over the entire MLB card next. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
toward the wall. Dominguez turning around. That one is on that top shelf, maybe. That is gone. That's a home run. That got over the red line, and a home run for Raffy. Red Sox take a 2-0 lead. His 15th home run.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM giving you a chance to win a bonus bet. All you have to do is go on X and follow us at BetMGM Network. Follow BetMGM and tag a friend. They're giving out $500 bonus bets, a handful of them, so make sure you check that out. Free $500 in your account. Who doesn't want that? Maybe put on some futures or do whatever. Maybe you think they're going to close it out in 6 games with the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then use that money during the football season. So there you go. Check that out at BetMGM Network, at BetMGM over on X to try and win a $500 bonus bet. Sam, is everybody still on 10 in the city of Boston regarding the Red Sox and the trade that goes down right as they're starting Sunday Night Baseball, where the Giants were playing in, which was great drama if you were watching. And I'm sure the city of Boston is blowing up because another superstar on his way out of town. He wanted it this way, but I can't imagine that the fan base or some of the media covering this team is very pleased.
No, the fan base is irate because if you think about what's happened since winning the World Series in 2018, they have lost not only Devers, but Xander Bogaerts and Mookie Betts, and traded Chris Sale for a sack of apples, basically. This is a major sports market, a major American city, treating the team like it's not. And it got so crazy on Sunday into Monday that there were people, anonymous people, because they're cowards, putting Craig Breslow's address on social media and Google Maps, satellite footage, and all that. So that's sort of how people reacted out here. Let's put the GM's address on the internet. I don't know, man. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. And I know we should probably save this conversation for the Nesson hour, but let's just do it here, whatever. I thought all along when I got to Nesson, I started at Nesson in December of 2020. And you know who a big investor in Fenway Sports Group is, right? It's LeBron. LeBron's a part of it. I thought all along, and I was in some meetings and I brought it up and people were like, yeah, maybe. I'm not stupid. You have to believe that John Henry and LeBron want to bring the NBA to Vegas. And they've expanded their portfolio. They just went out a couple years ago and acquired the Pittsburgh Penguins. They have some tentacles into some soccer overseas. They are building a portfolio. The Red Sox used to be their baby, and they would funnel money in and all this cash and spend all this money. But now it's just one entity that they have at Fenway Sports Group. And when you give a guy like Rafi Devers a massive contract for $300 million or whatever, and he doesn't do the things that you want him to do, like play first base or be on board with DHing or do these public events and autograph signings and all that, it's easy to cut that cord. So while they did reward him handsomely, they never really felt that he met them in the middle in terms of being this front-facing face of the franchise. Now, fans don't care about that. Fans want him to hit home runs. And fans want him to drive in runs and win baseball games. And they've been pretty good at that so far this year. But there was a disconnect between management and the player. The fans, though, are going to side with the team and the player because the fans have seen this movie before. If this was the first time it's happened, fine. You give the franchise the benefit of the doubt. You give ownership the benefit of the doubt. But when it's Bogaerts and Betts and Devers, throw Sale in there as well, who won the frickin' Cy Young in Atlanta last year, fans have every right to be upset.
Red Sox Liverpool, Penguins, Boston Globe, hilarious. Yeah. Add that Vegas team, NBA. It's going to happen.
Think about how much money that team is going to make in Vegas. Think about how much money the NBA team is going to be worth in Las Vegas.
Yes.
It's all timing up.
Get out
it's
there.
all timing up too. Like I called it out in a meeting 3 years ago, and they were like, shh. Well, that's what's going to happen. That's the plan, at least, because LeBron retires, and then he can become an owner. And who's got more pull in that league than that guy? And guess who he works with? John Henry. We're not stupid.
I'm sure you could go on a trip in the winter, and you'll knock out a Raiders game, a Knights game, and then whatever this team is. On top of everything else. Like, that's going to be a major attraction, and it's going to happen. Silver keeps talking about how they're expanding and, okay, don't worry about the ratings because of this in the current climate. Well, that's the next big move. As the NFL and NHL are thriving there, the NBA is going to want their piece as well. So, yeah, no doubt about that. I hear you. And I hear you on Boston as a big dog. I mean, we got Seattle minus 185 with Woo. Red Sox have won 6 in a row. Red hot team. Maybe this is some kind of spark. Maybe it has nothing to do with it. They've won a couple of low-scoring games here, so the pitching and defense doing their job. That makes perfect sense to me. You look at the hot teams in the league, you don't see anybody priced as a big dog like the Red Sox right now.
No, and I think you have a lot of people that are looking to bet against. You have maybe more tickets on Seattle, but I would argue some of the bigger bets are probably going to come in on Boston at some point. So this market opened $1.68, and it's been budged up, but I do think eventually you get some buyback on a team that's won 6 in a row. Now, Woo's been very efficient. Low total too, man, 7.5, which is built-in respect for what Boston's been able to do in terms of keeping runs off the board. But this Seattle bullpen is, I mean, it's nothing elite or special. Bullpen ERA 3.82, Red Sox bullpen ERA 3.49. So if you can weather the storm against Woo, you're going to have a chance to win this game. I will probably lightning bet Boston. I can get plus 155, basically the same range as it was yesterday. This team is playing good ball. They just swept the Yankees. You mentioned the winning streak, 6 in a row. I don't like stepping in front of hot teams. I know you don't either. For me, it's Boston before it's Seattle. Yeah. And then the other side of that equation is you got the first game for Devers in San Francisco. Our guy, Robbie Ray, who's been your guy longer for obvious reasons. Anybody who's been following a long time, 100-1. Bing. Robbie Ray's been winning you money this year. So the Giants are favored at home, $1.50, $1.60, depending on where you shop. That's up on the open as well. And what's Devers the homer? Well, 350, 350, 3.25, 320, 290. You think they're betting that one today?
290.
A nice McCovey Cove bomb by Rafi. They're betting it.
Mm-hmm. And on the flip side, you have the Guardians that are ice cold. They've lost 8 out of 10. The entire American League Central is ice cold, though, right? Like, you've got Cleveland that's lost 8 out of 10. They're going against Robbie Ray. And Kansas City, they've got a 6-game losing streak. They're at Texas as a short-ish dog. Minnesota's lost 8 out of 10. They're road dogs at Cincinnati. Like, if you want to fade the AL Central, I understand why, because none of them are playing good ball right now.
The losing streaks in the Central: 2 in a row, 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 5 in a row, 6 in a row. That's what we call a pattern.
Yeah. Don't even have to mention the White Sox either. So, yeah, if you want to go that route, I don't have a problem with it. San Francisco should take care of business. But do you want to lay $1.60? Not sure. Maybe you can do a fade the AL Central parlay, maybe put a couple together there. You can go against Minnesota, really any of those teams. Kansas City, Texas with lighter, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. But one thing has my attention, and I just can't keep my eyes off this number. It's going down a little bit. The Nationals have lost 9 in a row. 9 in a row. They're nearly a $2 favorite against Colorado. Colorado going for a 3-game winning streak today. Another one. It happened like when I left, I think, somewhere around there against that in that Miami series. And now they're going for another 3-game winning streak. Here's Colorado turning things around. How do you get to minus 200 on this? And on a team that's lost 9 straight.
You may never see that again the rest of the season. I don't know that it's going to be happening again. It's the immovable object against the unstoppable force. Rockies have found ways to churn out some wins. I know a lot of people that bet their win total under in April and their win total under in May cashed those tickets and then did it again in June. The number was 9.5, and people were just running to the window to bet 9.5 under. I think they're going to make it interesting. They could get over 9.5 this month. Schedule is not nearly as tough as it was in May, which we chronicled ad nauseum last month. That's it feels like the unbettable game, does it not?
No. I might take Colorado.
Taking Senzatella?
I'm not. Yeah, I know it's tough. That's a tough scene. And that's how we get to that number. But man, Nationals suck. $2. Yeah, it's a tough one. Mets and Braves, good matchup. Schwellenbach minus 135. Great history against the Mets, but the Mets are red hot. And, Peterson's had good history against the Braves. So Mets as a dog. I understand if you want to go that route, and you've got the Dodgers laying more than $2 and the starters to be determined still.
Senzatella, not to hit rewind for a second, but 1 in 10 with an ERA of 7.23 and a WHIP over 2. The Rockies are 3 and 11 when he starts. So that explains the math on the Nats price. All that said, I do tend to agree with you that it would be Rockies before it would be Nats. If you went Nats, you'd have to go run line or all lay 2.5 or something like that. You can't lay $2 with Soroka, former Chicago White Sox legend, Mike Soroka. Braves, man, I keep waiting for it. They lost to the Rockies the other day, got absolutely pounded. The Rockies also have 2 come-from-behind wins in the last 7 days where they were down in the 9th inning and came back to win. They did that against the Braves. I keep waiting for Atlanta to just break out of this funk, but they're 8 games out of 500 right now, 31-39. They're 7.5 out of the wild card. Just can't hit. The hitting has been so bad there. And then when they hit, they can't pitch. They just can't sync everything together. And I got Braves fans telling me it's already over, already waving the white flag. So maybe I was wrong at buying stock on Atlanta at 18 and 20-1 to win the World Series, because that is not a World Series team right now. No shot.
I know, but it's mid-June. A lot of time left. We got we got some time before we get to the trade deadline, over a month. So the All-Star break, we've seen this team turn on in the second half. I understand your frustration, especially with that long losing streak that they just had, but they did just rattle off a few wins in a row. They've got the Miami Marlins again. They've got them coming up right after the Mets. They've got the Angels in short order, Orioles, Athletics. And then you get the second half where they usually play their best ball. I don't expect this organization to sell because we don't see that. They just add. And I think that's going to happen again. As long as they're even close to striking distance, they're going to add to this team and maybe they turn around. There's still plenty of time to go.
Jake Sky Lighter has a pretty cheap price. That was one of the games I circled today. I circled 9-16 Texas. I circled 9-17 Boston. And then the under in St. Louis and Chicago, Cardinals and White Sox with Shane Smith on the hill. That number 8.5. There's a lone 9 out there. You got to go minus 120, minus 122-ish to go under there. But those were the 3 games I like. I'll probably be on Boston again, though. You just got to ride that wave while you can. And then I don't know about them big picture. I don't know about them in August and September, but they're playing good ball. They're feeling themselves right now. And there's this rally around the team like thing going on without Devers. So those are the three that I wrote down and circled today.
Yep, you're giving me plus 155. I like it. You mentioned a couple teams fading the AL Central. I would add San Francisco to that as well. Texas has my attention, just like you. So maybe you put those teams together. We'll find out during Lightning Bets. Joe O, Sammy P, we will do a 2-minute drill on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to a 2-minute drill coming up in just a quick moment. But, Sam, I saw there was big news. If this is your sort of thing, right around the corner, got the 4th of July. Your guy, Joey Chestnut, strikes a deal. There was a contractual issue just a year ago. He's back in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. And it matters to us because people actually bet on this. It is a really fun betting event. Maybe not so fun to watch if you have a weak stomach.
Last year, I had the guy, what was his name? Dietrich?
Oh, that's right.
And there was the scandal.
Like yeah.
There was a scandal about the plates, but they had already graded it a winner. And he was fighting early. I got to go back and look at the results. I wasn't expecting this conversation, so bear with me for a second.
Sorry.
He finished. No. Is it Wheatree or Dietrich? He ended up. No, it's fine. He ended up eating 58. I thought. Yeah. Now I'm like trying to find results for the 2024 hot dog eating contest, but we got there. We got there. I can't find like the box score of the 2024 event. I was filling in on this show. I was filling in last summer as I was trying out to be a part of the Joe O experience. And I remember saying, bet this guy over 55 and a half or 56 and a half. And he got there, but there was a scandal after because there was a situation where he may have been giving too many plates or something like that. But hey, hit that ticket, cashed it.
I love that you're betting over unders. You didn't pick the winner. You're betting specific over unders. Wasn't it because someone participating or that has participated was with from the 108 podcast? Were you on that show?
Yeah, Bertoletti won it.
He was on it that week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Chicago guy, I think. I haven't seen any numbers. On this one, but I can't decide. Does it make it a more bettable event? More people will be betting on it because Chestnut's involved, but he's also much tougher to beat. Is it better without him or with him just for bettors? I know mass amounts of people, they're thrilled that Chestnut's back, but for bettors, like, it feels like there's not as many opportunities.
He's such a massive favorite. He's minus 7,000 when he's in there. And his over-under, I've seen 75 and a half, 76 and a half. The problem is if you're one of those secondary eaters in that second tier, because he's in the tier by himself, and he was banned last year, for those that don't remember. He couldn't participate last year. I thought my handicap last year, not to bring it up again, but I thought the competition would drive up everybody's ego. And it's one thing if you're at 30 and you're feeling good and you're flying, and then you look to your left and you see 52. It kind of kills your vibe, it kills your confidence. So why am I going to kill myself to eat 15 more hot dogs when this guy's already got 21 more? So that was sort of the thought process last year. Everybody will compete on a relatively level field and push each other to get over. And a lot of these guys went over their numbers. Now you redrop Chestnut back in the fold, and he's going to be around 70. And I don't know that anybody can do that. So there's not as much competition. I don't know that makes complete sense, but that's what I went with last year, and it worked out.
I want to see what those prices are. And you might be right. He was 76 in 2021. But then the last couple of years prior to last year when he wasn't able to participate, we're talking low 60s, 62, 63. Bertoletti at 58 last year. So maybe Chestnut can't do that anymore. Maybe it will be bettable because he's going to be such a massive favorite. Maybe we can jump in there, but we got time. I know you're going to have a bet.
I found the results. Okay, so it took me 5 minutes to find these results, which is maybe a problem for a different day for Major League Eating. How did it take this long? So Bertoletti ate 58 last year in 10 minutes. He won. Jeff Esper had 53. James Webb 52. Nick Weary, that's my guy. And apparently I had the number wrong. I was over 46 and a half on Weary. He finished with 46.75. So he went over by a quarter of a hot dog.
Yeah. Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe chestnuts beat. See, I'm talking myself into something that's probably impossible. But
80?
You'll have some
What's he do
over-unders.
off the band? Off the band? Is he come off for 80? Is he shooting for 80 this year?
Extra training? Yeah, I know. So he like chews on dog toys or something to get his jaws ready to go.
He's a sicko.
Stupid.
He's an absolute sicko. Only to be matched by, Mickey Sudo on the women's side. She had 51, so she ate more than almost every man aside from the three. I mean, she beat the rest of these guys and beat them bad. This guy, Darian Thomas, had 28. George Chiger had 28. She had 51. I don't think she gets talked about enough. There are wise guys that will lay her every year to win and lay a lot to win a little because she's just not getting touched. But that was talking hot dogs on Bet Sweats. I'll be ready. I'll be ready.
Close. We are so close. End of NBA, NHL season, and we're going to be breaking this down into the hot dog eating competition and how you should be betting it. So looking forward to that. Let's bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen, for a 2-minute drill.
All right. So since we're doing this off the cuff, we may have done this a year ago, but it's been a year. Food contest, or what could you eat the most of off the cuff? Go.
Chicken wings.
Chicken wings?
Mm-hmm.
You can win a competition? Okay.
No, probably not, but I could eat a lot of them.
How much meat? How much meat? Does one bite count? Does a Horvey bite count? Does a Horvey nibble?
Depends.
No, Horvey be disqualified. No.
I think we came up with, this, if memory serves, was the Chick-fil-A nuggets, right? How many could you have of those? They have Chick-fil-A by you, right, Sam? Because they're everywhere now.
They do.
Here. Okay.
I don't know how many nuggets I can have.
I've got like 3 or 4 spots within like a 10-minute radius now. They're going up every couple months. Man. I think 50 is easy. Could you get to 100? Is the question.
Probably not. No. Probably not. No. The world record, according to MajorLeagueEating.com, for chicken wings in 12 minutes, Jeffrey Esper ate 281 wings in 12 minutes.
Come on. How? That's insane. Do you dip them in anything?
I go blue cheese, but I like to eat a buffalo wing by itself. I'm a fan of the wing itself. I love the seasoning and the flavor and the taste. When we go to Naked City, Paul, next time, wings on me. That's not a strip club also. That's a wing place in Vegas. Oh, I can taste them now. I'll be there in August. Can't wait.
How many sliders could you do? White Castle sliders.
On a good day, 25.
Well, it's not going to be a bad day the next day. 25?
What do you mean it won't be a bad day the next day?
I meant
That's
the
a bad
opposite.
week.
It will be a bad day. It will be. You're gonna have to set up your camera and your microphone from the throne.
Ew! I'm looking. There's a slider record, but this is pulled pork sliders. Joey Chestnut, in 10 minutes, he ate 62 in 2014.
Wow. This is unbelievable. I can't wait to see this man in action again. Pulled pork. Delicious. It's a lot of carb loading there.
It's the bread that gets you.
Yep. Always.
All right, real quick. Something else that's very summer specific. I'll be honest. I didn't know it was still going on, or I forgot that it was again. Apparently UFL ratings are down. Bad news, good news.
The sport? You didn't know the sport was on?
I did not know the sport was on. So that's the bad news. Good news is I guess someone is watching. Some people are watching. What can you give us on the UFL? Is there any interest? Have you bet on it? Because as things slow down, has spring football, professional spring football, grabbed your interest in the least?
Nope, not at all. I've seen some people in the industry that are maybe looking hard to bet another sport, trying to find some sort of an edge, have written about it. That's when I realized the UFL season was in swing. When I saw some people in this space doing betting articles on UFL, because I had no idea. No idea. Ratings are down 20%. Of course, the bigwigs, oh, we're not worried at all. Yeah, bull crap. These spring leagues that they keep, these summer leagues that they keep trying don't work. And it'll have a little pop, and then the second and third year, ratings always decrease, then the leagues go away. That's how this works.
As an employee of Fox Sports, Paul, no comment.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, not worth it. Not for a UFL take.
You're muted, Paul, but still no comment on my end. None.
Bad job by me. Bad producing. Should be muted after that. I don't know, the Stampeders, or is that the CFL? Don't know. Next question. As Chicago guys, Shohei Ohtani gave himself the Jordan treatment with an "I'm back" IG post. Fair play?
It's fair. It's Ohtani.
No issue.
And it wasn't
no
a fax.
issue with it.
It was not a fax, right? That's how Jordan did it at the time. It was a fax to the media, and it was 2 words. Yeah. God, fax machine. Do you imagine? Just take a picture now. I think it's fair. It's Ohtani. I wouldn't say that about many athletes.
No issue with it one bit. If he would have faxed it, that would have been even cooler. Can you still fax these days? I don't know.
Where would you send it? Who has if you have a fax machine, you have to know somebody else that has a fax machine, I guess. Yeah. God, crazy times. But I think it's certainly fair. Very cool that he's back on the bump. Minus 650 for your NL MVP, Shohei Ohtani. All right, let's talk Stanley Cup final. Is it the last game tonight? We'll get to it on the other side. Alex Smith will drop by here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
score first for the 4th consecutive game. Here comes Marchand, looks to put a move on Walden, gets the shot away and scores! Another spectacular move by Marchand. His 2nd goal of the night, 6th of the series.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Florida trying to do it again. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Game 6 tonight. Florida with a 3-2 series advantage, and they are the home favorite, trying to close things out over at home against the Canadian team. Big surprise. We've got a total of 6.5. Thanks for hanging out here on Bet Sweats via the BetMGM Network. Welcome in, Nesson Nation, for the final hour of this show. And now joining us on the show, we've got our buddy Alex Smith. He's been joining us throughout the playoffs here, the Stanley Cup playoffs. AX Smith Sports on X, AX Smith Sports. He's got the Ice Guys show going on, as well as the season is coming to a close. Maybe tonight, maybe later on this week. How you doing, Alex?
Doing good, and kind of planning for what is obviously the last week of hockey, whether it ends tonight or, like I said, Friday. It has been an exciting postseason. This has been a fun Stanley Cup final. Like I said, usually when you see a rematch, you often worry if you're going to have the same kind of excitement. Certainly, especially after what happened last year, the rematch certainly has delivered throughout the first 5 games, heading into Game 6 tonight.
You do your show a little bit later on today and then a live betcast tonight. Have you finalized your card yet? I don't need the whole thing, but is there anything that you know you're going to bet tonight?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're finalized, and we're just following the pattern. I liked Florida 4-2, so we're rolling with Florida. And a lot of things that are Florida-centric, a lot of the things that I like to look for in a closeout game. So we talk about often the empty net goal props, which I have to give big credit to BetMGM for posting this throughout the postseason. No other book has had this. Empty net to score. It was a one-way market, and then picking which team to score the empty net goal. So that's something that's been a great casher all year long, all postseason long, I should say, because we've seen a lot of these games end in margin throughout the entire postseason. So that's the same way I'm going. I think Florida closes it out. This team has won a Stanley Cup, and they've been to a final back-to-back years for a reason. They know how to close these things out, and I think they'll be able to take care of business tonight.
So if we were to look at some props, I'm more intrigued on the Florida side because we've got, so in the series, 5 guys that have 6 points. Okay? No surprises there. Marchand, Bennett, Reinhart, Tkachuk, Verhaeghe. Then you have 3 more that have 5 points. Some of the guys that aren't as popular. So if you're going point or goal, anytime goal, where would you go on the Florida side tonight? Because we've seen like 8-9 guys that have been scoring regularly here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the reason why Florida's in this position, because they've been getting contributions throughout the lineup, up and down. And the beauty of it is you can kind of pick and choose. There's so many great options. I'm just looking at guys like Alexander Barkov, for example, who's been kind of quiet in this series, but he's a guy who, in closeout games, we've seen him deliver in a big way. You can get him anytime goal scorer, plus 230. You can go down and look for a little bit more value. Somebody like Aaron Ekblad, a person that I actually did bet to score a goal tonight. You get 7-1 over at BetMGM, a guy from the point. We've been seeing these defensemen jumping into the rush, getting involved in plays. We've seen Gustav Forsling and Seth Jones get goals. Ekblad's been a guy who's been a contributor for this team for a long time. Would not shock me one bit to see him score at home in a closeout type game.
I'm looking at some of the props right now. It looks like the Room is going Marchand. So finally, the Room, after 5 games of the Stanley Cup final and an entire postseason, the Room has fallen for Brad Marchand. And I look at MGM right now, Conn Smythe market, Sam Bennett minus 160, Brad Marchand plus 350. So he's taken some money from yesterday into today. I feel like that's too little too late to jump onto the Marchand party when he was 40-1, 50-1, but man, there hasn't been a player that's changed the postseason like this in a while in terms of coming into a new team, having a huge goal against Toronto, playing pretty well the next round, and then, doing his thing in this final. I can't remember an addition like this being as dominant as Brad Marchand has on that third line.
No, yeah, this is what every GM dreams of when they make a deal at the trade deadline. You want to find that impact player, that guy who has the versatility to be a scorer, to be a grinder, to do anything that you need in any kind of role and step up in a big time position during the playoffs. And that's exactly what Brad Marchand has done for the Florida Panthers. It's been incredible, and to see him rise to this level too at his age with the amount of big time hockey he's played. He's been such an impactful force in Boston for so long. He came off of the surgery just 3 years ago, and to see him still playing at such a high level just alone. It's fantastic. And he's a guy where I would maybe look for him to score the last goal of the game. If there's an empty net goal chance, which I do believe will happen, maybe he's the guy that's on the ice to bury it. We've seen him get a couple of empty net goals during this postseason. So at 16-1, maybe that's the way to approach with Brad Marchand.
Yeah, so Sam Bennett is your favorite at -160. Marchand is your second favorite. You can get better than 4-1. If you look at the playoff scoring, the top three guys right now are all on the team that's trailing, Edmonton. Draisaitl, McDavid, each 33 points. Then you get to Bouchard, 23 points before you get to Sam Bennett at 22, and it's all bunched up. Bennett, Tkachuk also has 22. Marchand right there at 20. Barkov, 20 for Hagee, 20. Like, you can go anywhere. What do you think of how this is priced? Coming off of last year, McDavid gets it on the losing side, and you've got these Oilers at the very top. Could it be an Oiler if it goes 7? Do you think they have this price correctly? Where are you at?
Yeah, if you feel that the Oilers could win tonight and push this to a 7th game, you could still maybe take a shot. And I still, like I said, would lean more with Leon Draisaitl. Now, at this point, 7-1, if one of these guys comes out and has a hat trick in the next couple of games and the Oilers win, then yes, you could maybe be flipping a coin there. And like I said, I still would lean with Draisaitl just off of the fact that McDavid won last year. It's just very rare and uncommon to see a guy win back-to-back Conn Smythes, be it win or lose, within the series. So that's the way I would look at that if you're thinking the Edmonton wins. If you feel like this is a closeout for Florida, I do believe that they're going to give it to a Florida player. It's Bennett obviously being the favorite. If you feel Marchand has a big game to close it out, then that's maybe where you take the dive there with plus 350.
You and I have talked for many, many years about the Stanley Cup final, and I would love for you to share your theory or your thought process on these elimination games and how you can use that to bet third period totals. Why don't you explain what you've sort of done over the years?
Yeah, so the process of this with the third period over is that you're seeing a closeout game. Chances are you're going to see that team oftentimes who's in the lead of the series 3-2 possibly be in the lead of the game. And if they have a 1-goal, 2-goal lead, teams are going to be looking to pull those goaltenders. And, back in the day, early pull would be 3 to 4 minutes. Now you've got guys that have a, kind of radical way where they may pull a goal if they're down to 8-9 minutes left in the game. Obviously, that means you have chances to add into goals. So you can look for the over third period. It's lined at 2. You're going to have to lay a little bit of juice nowadays, -135 to up to -145 I'm seeing right now at BetMGM. But if you believe that this is going to be a game where it could be back and forth goals, tied 2-2 heading into the third, and we see the teams trading goals, or you could see a team running away with it. The only thing that would worry you is if there's a big blowout, and we're talking about a 5-1, 6-1 lead heading into the third period. Then that could get a little bit dicey, but even then you still might be talking about goals in garbage time. So the third period over in elimination games is usually a pretty sturdy bet, even with laying the juice.
I do want to go back to Conn Smythe for just a quick minute because being here at the very end, some of these numbers are wild. Like, I'm of the thought process that, okay, an Oiler got it last year. Most likely Florida's going to win given the position that they're in. And I don't think we're going to go another year where you give it to the losing side. You're going to give it to another Oiler. I don't expect that to happen. They're going to find a way to give it to a Panther if they end up winning, even if this goes 7 games. We mentioned Bennett is the favorite, and then Marchand, I think it's fair, the second favorite. But these other Florida guys that are in the mix as far as scoring throughout the playoffs, that's the key throughout the playoffs, not just this series.
Right.
Kachuk, Barkov, Verhage, Reinhardt, they're 360 and 500 to 1. Like, is it worth just putting something on these long shots and just hoping it's not Bennett or Marchand?
No, at this point, you'd be better off taking a shot for them to do something extraordinary in the game. So you can bet these guys to score 2 goals, bet them to get 3 points, because that's what it would take to even have them get back into the conversation. The market's pretty much kind of telling you that it's really down to, like I said, a 4-person race. There's 2 people left if it's Florida, 2 people left if it's Edmonton. So I wouldn't be taking shots with anything further down out of that Bennett, Marchand, Draisaitl, McDavid quadrant.
Joe, you were in Myrtle Beach. I don't think you saw your guy GRP come out and bet Stuart Skinner at 500 to 1 to win the Conn Smythe.
Come on.
His thought process was, and this is readily available on Twitter, well, McDavid hasn't scored a goal yet in the final.
Yeah. Dude, how many times is he going to write on a notepad, or is he going to make a selfie video saying, I need to stop betting other sports? I quit the NBA. He quit college football. Now I'm sure he quit hockey. Like, he knows he can't stray. And I don't even know that he's a winning bettor in the NFL. I guess I'll find out when I pay $100 a pick this season. But how many times do we have to keep learning the same lesson?
Alex, the funniest part about that bet is that after he made it at 500 to 1, Skinner literally got benched the next game.
Awesome.
You can't make this stuff up. You really can't.
They want you to do that, though. They like, this is what the books will do to pay it off on Conn Smythe. If you think there's value in a guy at 50 or 100 or higher in the Stanley Cup final, you're wrong. There's not. Those are the guys who want you to bet. They want you to take shots. And if they can get 100 people to bet $20 on 80 to 1, they just vacuum that money up. That's what they want you to do, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, the time to hunt for value was right at the beginning of the playoffs. The first round, maybe pick and choose some spots in the second round. After that, you're just trying to follow the leader as far as the team concerned, and then try to follow the best guy on that team. But like I said, those big numbers, they're traps, all of them.
Talking Game 6 tonight with Alex Smith. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. I know you're on Florida, but let's live in the universe where you get the result that you don't want, and it's Edmonton. And now we're going to Game 7. The series price right now, or the title price, is minus 365 on Florida. If we go to a Game 7, going to Edmonton, what is that price for Game 7?
I think it would just be right down the middle, $1.10. To be honest, that wouldn't shock me one bit. With a Game 7, and we're talking about what would be the truly the old penalty. We're talking about Game 14, right? If you look back at last year as well in that spot, and I think you get attention from both sides, and I would not be shocked one way to see that just kind of open right down the middle.
Yeah, I think what I would consider, I know the math, it turns out to be almost the same, but if we're talking about a series price now on Edmonton at 283 to 1, if you were going to split a unit here on Conn Smythe, if you went 7 to 1 on McDavid and 7 to 1 on Draisaitl, that's an average price of 350. If I liked Edmonton, Alex, that's sort of what I would do. Like, rather than bet the series at 283 to 1, I would split a unit on those two guys to win the Conn Smythe. It's not the greatest advantage. You're not going to get like super value, but it's one of those two guys. If they win, I would assume.
No, absolutely. That is the best way, and that's exactly what I'll be saying later today on the ice, guys. Yeah, if you like Edmonton to come back and win this series, that's your best plan as far as grabbing value is splitting a unit with McDavid or Draisaitl. You can maybe go, like I said, I'd maybe go 60-40, leaning more toward Draisaitl just because of the, like I said, the recency factor. So that would be the way to attack it if you're Edmonton, if you're betting Edmonton, I should say.
Alex Smith, check out the Ice Guys later today. AX Smith Sports over on X. Alex, where can they find the Ice Guys?
Yeah, find us on YouTube and then all podcast platforms afterward. But we'll be on live 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, and then we have the betcast tonight on our Patreon, patreon.com/Ice Guys. That'll start right when the game starts, 8 p.m. Eastern.
All right. Thank you so much, Alex, for joining us regularly throughout the season and the playoffs. Always appreciate it.
Yeah.
We'll find out if Sammy P's got a Florida bet tonight to wrap things up. He said no hockey. He said no hockey. Last chance, maybe. All right, we're going to find out where the room is at next. Bet Sweats in the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Network.
We'll play Where's the Room coming up in just a few minutes. Joe Sammy Pete, thanks for hanging out. Bet Sweats, glad to be back in the saddle after a trip. Odyssey, you can listen on the Odyssey app. Go to BetMGMNetwork.com, BetMGM Network on YouTube as well. I know they've had great final series so far in the first 5 games here, but am I insane for taking a hard look at these long shots that scoring wise are on par with the guys that are the top 2 favorites for the Conn Smythe? What I know they want me to bet these other names, but I look at it, I'm like, there's a decent chance, especially in the clincher, if one of these guys goes off and they finish ahead of Bennett, ahead of Marchand in scoring. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong as far as narrative or where the voters are at, but I think these long shots have a chance on Florida if they wrap this thing up tonight, and one of them has a big game.
Which one in particular do you like the most?
Well, if I'm going down that road, I would just put something on each of them because they are 500 to 1. So Kachuk has 22 points and Bennett has 22. One's minus 160, one's 360 to 1. That's what I'm getting at. Marchand has 20 points and Barkov and Verhaeghe have 20 points, and the latter are 360 to 1 and 500 to 1. Like, what if one of them has a multi-goal performance in the game that wins it all? And then in the end, they end up with more points. Even though the narrative right now is Marchand and Bennett, could one of them win it? I think they could, or at least it's worth it at those numbers.
Yeah. See, we're coming at this from 2 different ways, and that's why our show is enjoyable, I think, for people on both sides, because you're talking about the longer shots on Florida, and I just went during the break and pulled up the best prices on McDavid and Draisaitl, because I had said I think it's a better idea if you like Edmonton and you can get the Oilers at 3 to 1 to win the series. You know, what about splitting that unit that you would bet on Edmonton on McDavid and Draisaitl? And the best price you could find on McDavid is 8 to 1. Best price you could find on Draisaitl is 9 to 1. So if you split that unit, instead of betting one unit at 3 to 1 on Edmonton, you could split the unit and go half on McDavid 8 to 1, half on Draisaitl at 9 to 1, and your math is better. That's the way it works out. Now, I can tell you that one book, which Kate Constable famously calls the Blue Book, they have Draisaitl and McDavid at plus 650. I don't know why you would bet those prices when you can find 8 to 1 and 9 to 1, respectively. So no matter what you bet, this is more proof and more evidence that you need to have a variety of options to get the best number to maximize your math. Why would you bet 650 when you could bet 9 to 1 on the same player? It's ridiculous. And I still to this day have friends. Well, I only need one book. Well, okay, you bet the 650 and somebody else will bet the 8 to 1 or the 9 to 1. And if Edmonton wins the Stanley Cup, you take your 650 and somebody else will take their 8 to 1 or 9 to 1. So it's all math at the end of the day, man.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't, like, we're telling you, one quick search and you'll see all the prices and where the best price is. If you're betting $100 on it, why wouldn't you want 250 more in your pocket? Just out of inconvenience, because I have to spread money around a little bit. I think it's worth it in the long haul, but not everybody agrees, and they just care about betting last minute, whatever they want. They're going to bet it, and it doesn't matter what the price is. And that's why books aren't incentivized to have the best price available. Because, well, those are sharper bettors. The dumb people are just going to take whatever we put up. And we haven't lost our customers for the most part. So I understand why they're not going to make sure that they're best price in market, because people are going to continue to bet it.
I just real quickly, I know we're doing a lot of math live here, and I might lose some people. but the 7-1 and the 7-1 at a half unit is 3.5 and 3.5. The series price is 3-1. If you do the 8 and the 9, you're out to 17, and then you do that math down, and you're at 4.25. So it's a similar bet in the sense that you like Edmonton. It's probably going to be one of those guys. So I don't think we see Edmonton win the Cup and a Panther win the Conn Smythe. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think that's going to be the way it shakes. Because as you mentioned, the most prolific scorers are all Oilers. And while Bennett has a bunch of goals, McDavid has more points. So I don't think it's going to be Edmonton hoist Lord Stanley and they give it to a Panther. But again, I could be wrong on that.
Yep. Totally with you there. Joe O. Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Let's check out where the room is at for game number 6 in the Stanley Cup final.
Where's the room?
All right, we've got a bunch of anytime goal scorer props posted. First goal, over under on points. Where there be a goal, when is it going to happen? All coming up here. Let's bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen. What's up, Paul?
So hockey, a little bit different than the NBA ones because some of these are tougher to fade. I think the most interesting thing I'm seeing here is they're trying to thread the needle with Connor McDavid. The second most popular prop at BetMGM for tonight's game is McDavid to score an anytime goal at plus 140. And the fourth most popular prop is McDavid under 1.5 points at minus 130.
Not me. Not me with everything on the line. Yeah. Under, and they're laying a price? Okay. I don't know. I don't get that one. But not the most popular. That one was fourth. Is no goal in the first 10 minutes? Is this, I know it's a plus money price, a plus 135 here, and we've got a higher total game. So I guess that's the reason you're getting a better price. Is this something that's happens a lot in the playoffs? The no goal first 10 minutes, as far as being bet, not does it occur a lot, but do they bet it usually?
I feel like it's been on this list more than a couple of times.
Yeah.
Again, we haven't paid as much attention as we have to the NBA ones. But I feel like more often, a good amount of time when I've looked at the Stanley Cup playoff insights, I feel like there's a no goal in the first 10 minutes bet on there. And I guess especially in this game, the thinking is that elimination game, are they feeling each other out? Like, does Edmonton, again, they can fly up and down the ice. Do they play it a little closer to the vest because they're trying to be conservative and win a lower scoring game? I guess is the thinking there, or at least there's a feeling out process early on with everything on the line.
I do remember yes goal first 10 was popular early because it kept happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually game 4 or game 5, the room flipped and went no goal. And then there was a goal. So the room has been sort of in a pretzel on this 10-minute bet. And you had a lot. I mean, Marchand scored, I believe, 9 minutes into the last game. So you've had a lot of yeses hit. But conventional wisdom tells you, and any hockey handicapper would tell you, that in Game 6 and Game 7, usually things are a lot tighter. Teams take less risks. Teams aren't exactly trying to give up odd man rushes the other way. The ice is much more covered. Teams try and take away the middle. So it's generally, and I covered playoff hockey a lot in Chicago, as people know. Usually those later games, 6 and 7, were lower scoring games. Now, that's not a blind blanket over game 6 and 7, but I don't think we're going to get a 5-3 hockey game tonight or a 6-4 hockey game. But every game, Joe, has gone over. Like full game, every game is over so far. 5-0.
Paul, what are they doing on Marchand?
They love them. Anytime goal is the most popular prop at BetMGM, plus 225. And the third most popular prop is for him to score the first goal at 16 to 1.
Number 1 and number 3. Mm-hmm. They're just leaving the good price. I would leave the good price. Let them keep coming in. All right, you want it? More? Plus 225? Okay, fine. 16 to 1 first goal of the game. Chances are he's not going to do it. Just keep that price there because they're going to bet every prop available on this dude.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable though, and I think it's fascinating that the Bruins traded Marchand to Florida, a team that bounced Boston a couple of years ago, and now Marchand is the one, helping Florida get one game away from the Stanley Cup. It's wild theatrics considering where Marchand was a couple years ago. Remember, I believe that Bruins team was the number 1 seed in the Stanley Cup playoffs on the East side, and then they got knocked out by Florida. Yeah, that was the team that went 65, 12, and 5, and was one of the best regular season teams of all time, and then lost in the first round in Game 7, where they had a lead, remember, in Boston, and the Panthers win that 4-3, end up going to the Stanley Cup final, lose to the Knights, win it the next year, and now Florida trying to win another Stanley Cup with Brad Marchand, a player from that Bruins team that was so good in 2023. It's wild how this circle of life can work sometimes.
Yep. So the very top, Marchand goal, McDavid goal, Marchand first goal, McDavid under 1.5 points. Interesting. And then no goal first 10 minutes. Can you do no goal anywhere, or can you parlay them?
I doubt it.
McDavid Marchand, no goal. I wonder what that is.
If there was a book that did it, it would be Circa. I'm going to check real quick and see if they have a yes, no. They're pretty good about that. They do the I have to update my app, so stand by. But they did a really good job in the regular season, especially in the playoffs, of doing the yes, no on anytime touchdown. Because anytime touchdown, a lot of the books in America across, I say America because I mean non-Nevada books, right? I mean like across the country. They do the touchdown, yes, but they don't do the no. Circa was doing yes and no, I remember, in the playoffs. So you get a fair number because you have people on both sides of the fence. A lot of times in the playoffs, you get, green book, blue book, whatever, doing a guy to score a touchdown minus 220, yes, but then no. So it's not a fair fight for the customer.
Yep. Yeah, it's not really a surprise where the room is at all. Paul, what else you got for today?
One last note that we did not get to in the 2-minute drill. It's from the USA Today. 5 college football sleepers that could contend for a title. Clemson's on this list. I feel like we've talked about Clemson, Sam, specifically a good amount at 13 to 1. So I think let's skip them for the purposes of this conversation. Others on the list, any thoughts or interest in backing any of these? LSU at 20 to 1, Michigan at 22 to 1, Ole Miss at 25 to 1, and Oklahoma at 66 to 1.
How about any hard nose? How about that?
I'm a hard no on Michigan.
Me too. That is a big jump from where they were, and then without their coach, that'd be a lot. LSU in there, BetMGM 20 to 1 with Nussmeier. I don't mind that one. That's not a bad idea. We see a lot of quarterback turnover, especially in that conference, and you got some stability there. Like, that makes sense to me.
I saw that Michigan just added Jake Garcia, who played at East Carolina. So allegedly Garcia is going to compete, I guess, with Underwood, their true freshman quarterback, the kid that Portnoy and them helped recruit. I think he decommitted from LSU, didn't he? So then he's now, I think it was LSU. He was committed somewhere, and then he committed to Michigan. But if they come into the season with a true freshman quarterback, that's not a place I want to live, Paul. Not at 22-1.
Not in that conference.
No. I like the Lane. Like, I could get on board. Like, I don't know if I want to bet it. I like the idea of Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss being in the mix.
Yeah, it'd be fun. I think it's going to be the normal thing. We'll get a bunch of wins, but are they really going to be that close to the very top tier? Not so sure about that one. All right, we're going to wrap with our lightning bets. It's coming up next. A lot of places to go with hockey, baseball, maybe hot dog eating competition. That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
They got BetMGM home run bets. Don't forget about those props. And if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences, BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Just activate your token on an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Welcome back. We've got lightning bets coming up in just a few minutes. Joe O, Sammy P. We were periodically taking a look at some of the eating records that you have. I asked about pierogies. It was, what, do you have the number in front of you still?
Yes.
What do you got?
8 minutes, 165 pierogies by Joey Chestnut at the Horseshoe Casino in Hammond, naturally.
Of course. Had to be Indiana. So that is 20.6 pierogies per minute.
Blah.
You can't. You can't. Potato? That's an extra lot of, man, that's unbelievable. But that's the way I would go. Are you dipping in sour cream? You can't do sour cream. That's got to be a disaster.
The more you add, the tougher it is. So Major League Eating has a whole page based on who did what record when, how much time, how much weight. And they have everything. Pickles, chili cheese fries, personal pizzas, shrimp cocktail. How about Joey Chestnut, December 24, had 21 pounds of shrimp cocktail in 8 minutes at St. Elmo's in Indy. 21 pounds.
Think about what 1 pound is of shrimp cocktail. Now do 21 pounds in 8 minutes. You had hard-boiled eggs on that list as well?
Yeah, they have everything. Waffles, grilled cheese sandwiches, French fries, hard-boiled eggs, 20 eggs in 84 seconds.
Oh, my God. That is so gross. You were talking about a friend of yours, their move when you're on the plane. The goal is, if there's an open seat next to me, to get nobody to sit there. So he's down in a burrito. Right? He got right before the flight. You know, it's going to be a mess at some point midair. Recently, a friend of mine, she's on a flight, already seated. So this is not a move to keep somebody from sitting next to you. Flight's about to start. All right, now it's time to eat. Person next to her brings out a bag of hard-boiled eggs. On the flight, the woman starts peeling them. There's shells all over the place. It starts downing hard-boiled eggs throughout the flight.
Shells on? Couldn't even take the shells off before the flight?
Nope, didn't have time. Busy packing. This is nasty. Yeah, not the biggest hard-boiled egg guy. I don't understand. That's a wild move. It's a wild move. Nobody wants to see anybody eating, but you're sitting right next to it, and shells are going all over the place. Like, come on, ridiculous.
That's disgusting. Hard-boiled eggs on a flight.
Yeah,
absolutely nuts. You're wondering about the cupcake record before we move on here. Patrick Bertoletti, who just won the Nathan's contest. 72 cupcakes in 6 minutes back in 2012 in Waterloo, Iowa.
Damn. Can't be a ton of frosting there. Can't be some of the massive cupcakes that you see now. But can't be minis either, because that would be just no contest for anybody. All right. Where are you going for lightning bets today? We've got to wait on those Chestnut numbers, as we know that he's going to be participating in a hot dog eating contest, which means that's going to bring a lot of bets in. We'll wait on that until the 4th of July. But what you got here?
I am doing the Red Sox. And let me get you the best price here. I thought it was $1.55 at last check. Similar price to yesterday. There came the move on the Red Sox. I told you it was going to come eventually. Jeez. MGM $1.45. I see $1.42. Best price is $1.50 right now. So let's just do it. Boston Red Sox, they've won 6 in a row. I'm not stepping in front of that, and I do not think the Mariners should be $1.60, $1.70 favorite. So let me go Boston at plus 150, and That's it for me today. I'm not doing hockey. I haven't done it one game yet. Not going to start now. No shot.
Sure.
No.
You sure?
No. Not doing it.
For the purposes of on air, you're not doing it. You're sticking to your guns.
I haven't bet it. I really haven't. No.
Okay.
Oh, there's no point. Because honestly, I would have been betting the under in a lot of these games, and I'd be 0-5. And I would have been.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, eventually you'd think a game's going to go under. So, no, I haven't lost a single dollar on the Stanley Cup final. I'm very proud of myself.
You're not betting, but would you bet this be the game?
Probably.
Yeah. You want to bet the under so bad.
I do, but I'm not.
Stay strong.
I will do my damnedest.
All right. I told you maybe I'm the fool, but it would be a small bet. I get why Bennett and Marchand are your top two favorites for the Conn Smythe, but I'm looking at Florida and all the teammates that are right there with those guys in points and that have had a good final. Like Tkachuk, 2 goals, 4 assists, 6 points just like Bennett, 6 points just like Marchand, just doesn't have the goals there. But what if he gets 2 tonight? And now we're talking about an 8-point series or something like that. And going into the game tonight, he's 22 points tied with Bennett, and he's 360-1 for the Conn Smythe. I wouldn't go Barkov because he only has 3 points in the series, and he does not have a goal, but he's got 20 points overall. I would skip that one. I'd skip Reinhart. I'd look at Verhaeghe, too. Verhaeghe's 500-1. He has 5 assists in the series, 6 points overall, just like Marchand and Bennett. So, I mean, this is a guy that can pop off 2 goals in a game easily. We've seen it a number of times. So, at 500-1, I would put something on Tkachuk and Verhaeghe at those crazy numbers. Major League Baseball, I am tailing you with Boston at plus 150. That's the move. I'm going to say it. Let's go Rocks. Three wins in a row. The Nats have lost 9 in a row, and they're $2 favorites. Just out of principle, I'm going Rockies. They can win a 3rd straight game. Like, come on. I know, Sensatella, I get it. But that's how we get to this price. Ridiculous that the Nationals, going for the 10th straight loss in a row, are a $2 favorite. I'm thinking about fading the AL Central as well. There are plenty of options out there. Yeah, I'll do it. I will put together San Francisco and Texas. So I'm fading the Guardians and the Royals, and that's plus 190, putting those two on the money line together.
Joe O back from Myrtle Beach with the Uzi. Just firing bets. I love that. Hey, maybe you haven't heard, by the way, BetMGM just launched a $500 bonus bet giveaway. All you have to do is go on X, follow us at BetMGM Network, follow at BetMGM, and tag a friend. $500 in bonus bets to 5 lucky listeners. So be sure to check that out. If you found $500 on the ground, you'd pick it up, right? It's the same thing, kind of. Not really, but
Paul asked, would you use a $500 bonus bet on a 500-1 shot? Would they take it on a bonus bet? That's a crazy bet. 500 on 500-1.
I think you get $500 bonus bets. That's my guess. I don't know that, but that's usually how this goes. That's my guess.
Right.
So you'd have to do, I imagine you could do 100. You could do $500 bets, but then somebody in the trading room is going to flag that thing to hell. Hey.
Yep.
A
lot of liability.
This guy's betting long shots on the bonus bets. We got a ringer, Jim.
One of my assistants was very upset because he didn't realize till we landed that you can't legally bet in South Carolina. I didn't realize either. Like, oh, wait, none of my apps work.
I was just in South Carolina and Georgia, and I don't believe I had the ability to do it in Georgia either. So, yeah, that makes sense.
We're at like over 40 states. I forget. Yeah, there's still states out there that don't have this. All right, let's go to Paul and Jake. You guys got anything for lightning bets?
I don't have anything specifically. I would just say with those bonus bets, golf can definitely be a fun way to use those as well with some bigger numbers. Jake, we got to do Devers tonight. Do we have to do Devers tonight?
Do we?
To do what?
Okay, we don't.
Homer?
I mean, it's kind of a revenge spot.
Now he's gonna.
No, you know what?
Now he's gonna, and Paul's gonna victory lap in the group chat.
I'm not doing this. No, because I did some of Dort last night, but I did not do the first basket, which I said I was going to hold off on, which was Sam's guy, Hartenstein, got the first basket.
I couldn't believe. Of course, he scored the first basket.
But they got the Red Sox this weekend, right? That's where we do the revenge homer bet, right?
Yes.
So
1,000%.
Okay.
When he trots out there to play first base on Friday, absolutely.
Yes.
He's homering tonight.
All right.
He is. I'm not saying I'm betting it. I'm just saying it's probably going to happen.
Add it to your fade the AL Central parlay. Throw in Devers home run.
Yeah.
There. I'm too much of a coward to bet the Rockies win 3 in a row, but I'll go the over. And Rockies and Nationals, just two terrible pitchers in that one. And I can't believe we're getting the Mets at a plus price against a Braves team that continues to just disappoint everybody and hurt everybody time after time. So I'll take the Mets on the money line. And I want to fade Will Warren. I'll go Mike Trout to hit a home run at better than 3-1 against that guy. 1,000%.
Trout getting traded at the deadline?
I hope so, but this happens every year, and he's like, no, I want to be here. I don't want to get traded. All right, you loser. The guy's got as much personality as a sandcastle. Enough. Go win a championship.
That's Eagles fan, Phillies own. Trade him to the Phillies. Come on.
He would never get slapped by a bartender. He would never, Jake.
No.
Mike Trout.
Who among us would? It's hard to say.
Personality of a sandcastle. Hate sand. I'll say that after the past week. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. Joe, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.